You're watching What's Trending from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin. I'm Shira Lazar, joining me, Lyonne Harris, day two. And I apologize, I'm not gonna bring this up, but I do have a hoarse voice.
You just brought it up.
Sorry, I apologize. You want to introduce our incredible guests, which I feel so honored that are here. My mom would be very proud.
Oh,
it's true.
Nice. We are very proud to welcome the cast and crew of FX's The Comedians, Billy Crystal, Josh Gad, Ben Wexler, Matt Nix. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Thank you guys for having us.
Delighted to have you. The show debuts on April 9th. We got to watch. They sent us some of the episodes. It's hilarious. I love it. It's really funny.
It's awesome.
Thank you.
So I think my first question is, get us to the origin of this show. What made you want to come back and do a regular TV series again, and why this show?
I was sent this show. It's from Sweden.
Right.
Called The Comedians, and this is not a knock on Sweden, but I didn't think of them as the funny country. And this show was hilarious. These two comedians were so inspired.
Yeah.
The premise was a veteran comedian teamed with a younger comic to do this late night sketch show. And when I watched it, they were so funny, and within 10 minutes I said, I want to do this show. I could do this show. And then we all got together, and Matt and Ben came on, and Larry Charles, who directed 9 of our 13 episodes, and we created the show, and then met this guy, and then here we are.
This guy, or whatever, that's that dude.
I did the show for the money.
No, you didn't.
No, I actually didn't.
We look like we're being held don't we look like we're being held someplace? Look at the shot.
Yes. I mean, in a way,
we need a newspaper.
We need to be freed immediately if anybody's
you are
getting
not
this
at liberty.
You guys look like you're in a waiting room to go to the doctor or something. Tell me how you translated it for the American audience, how it changed a bit.
Well, it changed because it became Josh and I, and a rather, I think, wonderful cast that we added. And we play ourselves, or sort of versions of ourselves, and willing to, to make jokes about ourselves and our personas and what people may think of us. And we just elevated and made it a more American kind of sensibility.
How much is scripted versus improvised?
The scripts are really, well, Ben, you could talk about it.
No, we start out, we do everything with the script, and then Larry has the great power, our director Larry has the great power of never calling cut. And it kind of leaves these guys in this position where it becomes this improv game of just trying to outrun the discomfort of still being on camera after the scene is over, and they do, some of the magic really comes from their improvisation.
And to give you a context, Larry Charles, of course, did Borat and Bruno, Curb Your Enthusiasm, Seinfeld. So he comes from that world where it sort of demands that sensibility, that sense of let's see where it all goes, let's see where it ends up. And we definitely found a lot of gems by doing that.
And he's also a sort of character in the show. It sort of hangs over a lot of season 1 of the show. How did that come about? Whose idea was that? Was he immediately in to sort of play in that way?
It actually was written for Fred Savage,
Wow.
who was the little kid in The Princess Bride.
Of course.
And
We just thought it'd be really funny to see Billy Crystal fire
the little kid from The Princess Bride.
And it would be.
Goodbye, have fun storming the castle. And we all turned to Larry and said, you should do this.
Yeah.
And then he ends up doing it, and it was more fun to fire him, actually.
How much is it, the dynamic the same off camera as on camera? Because you guys have like a little
I'll
bit
let
of a
these
love.
guys handle that one.
Well,
Love, hate,
in the
fun.
show, we have to antagonize each other, even when we're not willingly antagonizing each other. And oftentimes, for me at least, it's very difficult because we do have this amazing camaraderie. Then we go on set and we have to be pricks to each other. and you're sort of like, after they call cut, you're like, I love you, right? We're good, right? Because you don't have the protection of not playing a person with a different name. You are literally playing yourselves or a version of yourselves. And that can be a scary proposition.
Yeah, I mean, are you ever self-conscious? Like, oh man, are people going to think like we're really, like mean and horrible?
Yeah, well, there were times where I don't think we ever get too horrible. We get a little mean, but it's all about insecurity. The show is all about, there's a lot of insecurity. I'm maybe a little envious of him. Why do I need him? I had my own show that I wanted to do, and FX takes that away. And it was called the Billy and Billy Show, where I play everybody.
Yeah.
And so I'm not happy with him. He's not happy with me. But we recognize that we need each other to make the show work.
There is a real sweetness. There's a scene you guys do in a supermarket. I don't want to blow too much, but
Yeah.
there is kind of a sweetness underneath some of the vitriol. So can you talk a little bit about sort of filming that scene and like choreographing some of that?
Well, that's a scene where we're stoned.
Yeah.
And
As you would be.
You're
Yeah.
stoned.
You know.
You're missing an award show.
a kids award show, Kids Critics Award, and Josh gets me high, and we get hungry and thirsty, and we end up in a
This
supermarket.
was just a documentary, by the way.
That
we
part was
didn't script
purely-
any of
They
this.
had no idea we were rolling.
We were
And
literally caught on camera.
when we got out there, was this sort of strange supermarket way out in the valley in Los Angeles. Very quiet, kind of strange place, and we just improvised everything that's in that scene, except in that section, except this one scene where we're sitting on the floor eating ice cream with ladles, talking about do we care about this award or not, and then it's this really lovely little moment of mutual respect, and it's kind of great.
Yeah, to me that was where the show kind of
It,
opens
it
up.
does. That scene epitomizes the nature of the show, because you see that despite the insanity of these guys and their egos and their sense of one-upsmanship, they really do care about each other.
Right.
And they really do respect each other.
Yeah.
So
And Josh has stuff he wants to learn from Billy, and Billy has stuff he wants to impart to Josh. And
Yeah,
there is a real relationship
I
there.
think that's actually interesting in terms of like where we are today, younger generation, and like you're an icon. Sorry, I don't know if you've heard that before, but we're all figuring out ways to make this all work together. This space, media, storytelling, content. Like, what do you both think about that and working with each other?
The icon nature of
No, I
of
mean
it?
just like working. I mean, could you imagine you worked with Billy?
Oh,
and-
gosh.
Well, you
no,
you have to tell them what you did.
Oh, well,
at your-
no. Well, my backstory is that when my sister got her bat mitzvah, I emceed it as various characters that Billy used to play on SNL.
That's
And
amazing.
when we would have downtime on set, I would occasionally come up to him and just do like 30-second long chunks of his old comedy routines that I had memorized verbatim. And
that I had forgotten.
and it's very frightening to him and stalkery, and I think that it's important to have that relationship with your showrunner. But no, I mean, obviously it's a thrill. I actually think there's nothing like this on television. Somebody of Billy's stature coming in, playing a version of himself. I think people are going to see this and be blown away by the bravery of both of these guys to kind of come in and portray themselves. I think everybody's going to know they're in on the joke, but I think the idea of coming to work with these guys every day, it's by far the best job I've ever had, and we have so much fun.
Josh, what are you learning from Billy in the process of doing the show?
it's funny that
Look
you
into
should
each other's
mention
eyes,
it.
please.
What I've learned from you, Billy.
Look me in the eye and tell me.
What I've learned from you is to always be myself.
Yes.
To always put away the money, to not spend it
Yes.
on things of illegal nature.
Only tip 11%.
Only tip 11%. No, I got to tell you, here's the thing. Billy Crystal literally was the epitome of an icon for me growing up. Whether it was SNL and me being that little schmuck going around my house saying, "You look marvelous." Or it was, can we be a little louder in the back, folks? I'm just not getting enough
We can almost hear
reverb
ourselves
on my
think.
brain.
They're vlogging. It's very nice.
Be nice, we're
or-
trending.
or I love you guys, whoever's talking right now.
We love Samsung.
There was Princess Bride, City Slickers, Comic Relief. These were such an influential
Harry Met
part
Sally.
when Harry Met Sally. These were such an influential
9 Oscars.
Okay, just stop yourself there.
Ratings went up every year.
I stopped watching about the 5th one, but there was, it felt too similar to me each year. So there was this element of truly working with somebody who not only I loved, but that I aspired to be. And every day is a learning experience. Every day is a masterclass in comedy, because not only are we playing ourselves in this very meta heightened way, we're getting to do I'm getting to do sketch comedy with a king of that craft.
Well, thank you. But he's truly phenomenal. I saw him in Book of Mormon. Can I do one of your only credit? Book of Mormon.
That's the only thing I've ever done.
Yeah. And he's so versatile. But within the show, and getting back to what you asked me before, why do this show?
Yeah.
We get to do so many great things. we have our live show within the show, the Billy and Josh show. So we have a live audience that's fun to do. So that was always, in my gut. We play characters. We have these film pieces that are really wonderful that roll in and out of the show. And I come to work with a brilliant cast. Megan Ferguson-Madelberg and Stephanie Weir are phenomenal. Some of the best improvisers I've ever worked with. And I've worked with some amazing ones. And it's just a joy, and it's so funny, and I get to do all the stuff that I started out to do when I first started my career.
Right. It's going full circle in many ways.
It's just, it was so much fun and easy, and the way Larry shoots, and our other two directors, whose names I can't remember, but Larry has a way that we cover the scenes documentary style with used to 2 cameras. One day, we shot 11 pages in 3.5 hours. Wow. That's a week's work on a movie. And then and we were always prepared. We always rehearsed together. We always were looking for what can we do, and surprised each other. Constantly, we can throw stuff at each other, and it's really thrilling that way.
So this is your first time at South by Southwest.
Yeah.
Welcome. Let's welcome Billy to South by, everyone.
And Josh, you've been there.
I've been here before.
So then it's all for me.
I'm an old pro. Please do not welcome me. I'm one of you.
Well, what's it like? I mean, entering this, the interactive community. Everyone's really into social media and tweeting these days and doing all that stuff. Like, from your perspective, where do you see all of this?
Well, I think it's fantastic. It connects everybody, and everybody knows where you are constantly.
It's scary.
Yeah, because we're all so insecure. We have to say where we are, what we're doing. And I'm sort of an intermittent tweeter. Sometimes I do it a lot, and then I back off, and I do. I just if it's, I don't want to go, hey, I'm in the supermarket, come see me. I don't do that.
Do a little meetup.
I do it because I'm nervous that I'm going to get lost at places, so I want the world to know where to find me in case something bad happens.
Like in case I don't get out of this Whole Foods.
Yes,
He's using it as a
at
free
Whole
life
Foods on
alert.
La Cienega. Everybody meet me there in case I get lost in the cookie section.
But I mean, it's changing with YouTube now and Funny or Die. Even there's platforms where comedians are not needing to go to SNL necessarily to be seen and discovered. So
I think it's amazing.
that?
Anyone can do anything and become somebody, and get people to see their work. There's other things that are bad about it, because you get to see, a lot of scary people too out there. But I think for funny people, you have a place to put your wares up. When I started, it was clubs, and that was it. And so now this is, it's a whole different place.
Yeah, you've also got, we got to wrap up here in just a minute, but I did want to ask, you got some amazing
You are
guest stars.
definitely in Tehran or someplace. Look at you.
Right, it's like
Look,
we will release the comedians
Cut back to them.
only.
Cut back
All
to
about
them.
the men's
Yeah,
on
they
men.
do
Look at
that
them.
shot.
You're somewhere you're being held somewhere.
They look so disoriented too. It's amazing.
But it's all been sponsored by Samsung. Your prison is brought to you by. I did want to ask about. There's so many amazing guest stars too on just the first season. Mel Brooks, Jimmy Kimmel, Rob Reiner, Sugar Ray Leonard. Is it you just using your Rolodex? Are you just calling these people like, hey, I'm doing a show, you should come on, or is it are you more strategic in who you bring on?
Well, we talked about who we wanted, and I'm sort of I'm the Labrador Retriever. I have to go fetch and bring them back.
But the beauty of the use of guest stars, and we had discussed this, was we only wanted to use them if they really served a purpose in the storytelling.
Right.
And in the case of Mel Brooks, it's a very meta thing.
Right.
Because
he's
talking about how you don't need a guest star, that it's a gimmick. Well, we've got this amazing guest star on the show. And that is the beauty of this show, is you're able to really go down the rabbit hole.
I was gonna just say, in terms of coming back and doing more stuff and being excited about new projects. I guess what's both of your creative processes? How do you continue? How do you go through your brainstorm process?
You work with people who inspire you. You work with people who can take you to places you haven't been, or if you've been there before, you're going in a new way. And for me, who turned 67 yesterday.
No way!
Happy birthday, Billy Crystal!
That was sad that I pandered for that, right?
Dad's birthday too, yes.
Yeah, is that...
Happy birthday, her dad!
Is that it's so much fun to do funny stuff and find new ways to be funny and never stop exploring what you can do. And for me, that's at any point in your career, if that happens, it's tremendous. At this point in my life, in my career, it's been a blessing.
Definitely. And SNL, were you going to ask about
Oh
SNL?
yeah, well we definitely want to hear all these amazing stories coming out of the SNL 40 party and that
Oh,
show.
man.
I was jealous.
What was like your craziest behind the scenes like moment? What was a moment that you can't believe you sort of were there
I
for?
think it was the fist fight I had with Prince. He's such a petulant guy. I'm going on. No, I'm going on. No, I'm going on. No, I'm going on. And I had to lay him out. That's why my hand is bad.
All right. I've heard
And
he's
you know what it was?
stronger
Because for me, it was so. That studio is like Yankee Stadium to me.
than- Yeah.
And I was there for the very, very first show. I was part of, and I ended up getting bumped from the very, very first show and never made it on the air. But I was friends with everybody and knew everybody. So, and then, hosted it a couple of times, and then came back for this pretty awesome
Amazing.
red carpet of funny people.
Yeah.
And everyone getting together at this point in our lives, with the Pauls. I was alone in the studio on Sunday, and Paul Simon came in, and nobody else was there, but three of us watch him do Still Crazy after all these years, which to me was the sound of the show.
Sure.
It was really that sound. It's the wailing saxophone that became the SNL sound, and the organ and all that stuff. And it was, I looked around, and there's Chevy, and there's Danny, and then you feel those who aren't there. And then my group, one of my dearest and closest friends, Marty Short, and I just sort of hugged and just said, we were part of something pretty amazing.
Yeah. And I did want, before we go, I did want to bring it. It is the 30th anniversary of sort of the last Fernando's Hideaway. Could we get a little of Fernando interviewing
God.
Josh? How would Fernando interview Josh Gad? A little taste.
Josh, help me with that last name. The last name.
So it's just pronounced Gad.
Gad.
The other letters that don't exist are
Like
silent.
you're gagging, like Gad.
No, Gad.
Gad?
With a D.
The D, Gad. What is the definition of that?
It means my last name.
No. Oh, I see. You're such a clever guy. Do those
Yes.
have the bifocals on it too?
No, this is just the focal. I can just see. I don't need it to read.
Yeah, because I have bifocals in the contact lenses, and the frames kill me.
Yeah.
Do you find that?
Yeah, no, not with the regular glasses because they just help me see.
That's fine. What is your definition of love?
Oh, well, Fernando, I'm so glad that you asked me that. I mean, I think that the definition of love is to find true peace and through another person.
Thank you, Josh. We're running a little late. You too, you terrorist or whatever you are. Good luck to you. I would shave it down.
little like here.
It's a little too tevia
Two
for me.
on the neck. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was
Wait,
amazing.
what about her? How does she look?
Yeah.
You always look marvelous.
Yeah.
Well, how did
That's
you figure
amazing.
out the 30th anniversary of this? I have no
This
idea.
is
So
research.
it's the internet. It's got all this information.
Oh,
You can
that's
look
scary.
up when shows were on, when things happened. It's amazing, honestly.
Wow.
We also took some questions actually beforehand using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. And if you're in the chat room right now, feel free to ask some questions. Someone wanted to know what's on your bucket lists.
Well, now this is off.
On my bucket list, I don't want to die. So that's the top of my bucket list. I would love to not climb the Himalayas, but to be carried up.
It's like if somebody
If
could
that's
drop
possible.
you
Or at
on
least
the top.
fly over
Yeah,
them.
or fly over
them.
and maybe
The
like.
Samsung plane.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
Hello.
can we do that?
Well, I'm delighted to tell you we got it. The jet's fired up
This
out
is
back.
amazing.
We're gonna go
Thank
right
you,
from here.
Samsung.
If you
I'm going to
ever
the
escape-
Himalayas, Mom.
I'm just hoping to get around to writing a bucket list before I die. That's my only hope. That's my goal.
I was just sitting on this couch. I'm good.
And yourself, Billy?
I've done everything.
You've done everything.
First of all, I have to get a bucket. I just take it as it comes. There's no, I've been so happy in everything I've done, pretty much, and my kids are great, my grandkids are great. That's
And
to me, that's
now
just enough.
the
And
end
ladies and
is
gentlemen,
near,
I mean this
And
sincerely.
so I mean.
We're gonna get some copyright flags on YouTube for
don't
that.
have the rights to
Thanks,
that.
you ruined our live stream, Josh.
That just cost
All right,
Samsung
give it up
20
for the
grand.
writers, creators, stars of the comedians on
Thank
FX.
It's going on FX. Yeah, it's
April
on April
9th.
9th. It debuts.
Right before Louis.
Thursday nights at 10 p.m.
We're teamed with Louis, which is a phenomenal show, as you know. So
Yeah.
we think it's a really, it's an honor for us to be teamed with him, and it's a really great hour of comedy.
Yeah,
I
it's a
think.
great sort of back-to-back combination. Give it up, everybody.
Thank you so
Thanks.
much.
Thank
It was
you,
a
guys.
pleasure.
Josh
I'm happy we
Gad, Ben
broke
Wexler,
you in
Matt
to South
Nix.
by Southwest.
Thank you.
Your live stream tweeting interactive experience.
I feel good.
Good, you
You
should
did
feel
great.
good.
You
And
did
of
great.
course,
I'll give you notes after.
stay tuned. We have much more to come right here, youtube.com/What's Trending. Also, if you have questions for all our guests here, tweet them at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. We'll see you in just a bit. Austin, Texas.
Is
Lyonne Harris.
Is it still the first day?
Well,
that
this
true?
is actually, I traveled on Wednesday, so this is really my third day.
Feels like day 18.
But, day one of our live coverage.
2 hours ago, and it feels
Amazing.
like day
We haven't
18.
introduced you yet. This
Oh,
is
sorry.
all right.
I'm not
It's
here.
like a
Judy.
stranger's voice. You want to introduce Judy Greer, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome her right now.
Look at that, it's Judy
Her movie
Greer.
Fresno is here
Yes.
at the festival.
Fresno is in Austin.
Yes, it is.
That was
Fresno's in
so
Austin.
dumb.
For
I'm sorry
one
I said that.
week only.
How many times have you told that joke
Fresno
today?
Never
comes
said
to
it before.
Austin.
I came up with it just now, right on the
Oh,
spot.
I feel good.
Tell us a little. I mean, you and Natasha Lyonne, you're playing this like close, sort of sisterly relationship. What kind of conversations did you have? Did you fill in a lot of the backstory for these characters? I mean, just in
Yeah.
your discussions with each other preparing to play Shannon and Martha.
Yeah, we did. We did a lot of rehearsal before we started shooting, which is very rare. And it's so weird. In movies, you do a movie for $1 trillion, maybe.
You made
And
$1
don't
trillion
rehearse
for
at
this
all.
movie?
But like some movies, you rehearse for a couple of days. This one we rehearsed for a while, and so we got to go through a lot of our backstory, and we kind of put those pieces together. I think it
Yeah.
helps a lot when you're dealing with such a close relationship between two people.
And it's I feel like a really nice movie to have here.
Oh, good. Me too.
Because it feels like indie, but it's accessible and it has
Yeah.
the comedic element.
Yeah, and there's chicks in it.
Right? Is that right? So
Yay.
let's talk. Is that important? You hear these conversations about women in comedy and all this
Yeah,
stuff. And what do you
yeah.
think about the direction of those conversations and the point of them?
Well, I think it's crappy that we have to have the conversation, first of all. We shouldn't be even having a conversation about, wow, there's so many great comedies for women these days. Like, that shouldn't be a conversation. That should just be the norm. Like,
course,
there should
yeah.
be great comedies for men and women all the time, and then we wouldn't have to talk so much about it. But because we have to talk about it, I feel like we really actually have to talk about it, and I think it's great that this festival, South by Southwest, made a big deal about our movie, wanted to premiere it here, and that is a huge vote of confidence, not only for our film, but for female-driven comedies. It's not all like girls who have a hard time with each other and fight, and like the female drama or the female sickness, or my husband's mean to me, like female comedies.
Yeah.
Women are funny. Women want to laugh at other women. We want to relate to other women.
And it's allowed to be like dark and weird and
Yeah,
twisted, and it doesn't
yeah.
back away from
How
making
come,
these
the guys are the ones that are always doing the dark, twisted comedies and saying the things that you're like, oh.
And dirty. And you're
Yeah.
kind of like, it's uncomfortable, but I'm still gonna watch.
I mean, the things that come out of my friends' mouths, my girlfriends' mouths, are hands down 1,000 times dirtier than any of the things I ever hear my guy friends say.
Well, I think that's why a lot of women who are portraying that side of things are doing really well these days, and movies or content in general
Yeah.
that approaches it like that, because in the end, it's almost like what we're all thinking, but we're scared to say because it was in the past deemed as wrong, or
Right.
you're like,
or like, oh, nice girls don't talk like that.
Yeah.
But I do have to say, on this topic, that I don't always think that women need to always go for the shock value. Like, we're smart, we're funny, yes, we're dirty, but it doesn't always have to be that. It doesn't always have to go to that level. Like, it doesn't
Right.
have to always go blue to be really smart and funny.
watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest. I'm Cheryl Lazar.
Yeah.
Lyonne Harris here.
Hi,
we have
everybody.
some amazing guests. It's day 2 here,
is day 2.
including Billy Crystal, who was just here with Josh Gad.
Incredible.
That was incredible. That will go down. We have more filmmaker panels coming up.
Yeah, we're going to talk about 6 Years, one of the indie films here, 1 and 2.
And Bethany
Fresno.
Mota stopping by. In the meantime, we have someone who's a New York Times best-selling author, incredible speaker, leader, all-around awesome man, an entrepreneur, Tim Ferriss, joining us.
Thanks for having
here
me.
today. Thank you, Tim, for being here. And I want to remind all of you watching, tweet us with the hashtag Samsung SXSW because we are taking questions live. And it seems like for you specifically, so many people always have questions from you because you seem to be the expert at it all.
Oh, no.
Like,
Yeah,
are
you
you
have to
like, that's your
remember,
thing?
I used to have a rat tail. I grew up on Long Island, so there are a lot of glaring holes in my expertise. I just happen to obsessively focus on one tiny skill and then make thousands of mistakes, and I just do skill after skill after skill after skill. So it gives that illusion, but certainly not true. Not everything.
Were you always that way, or like you discovered that was your thing?
I ended up doing a lot of compulsive testing and becoming fascinated with that kind of tracking when I started wrestling as a kid, or I was put into wrestling because I was hyperactive. My mom wanted to decrease the energy level by the time I got home. But I ended up getting very competitive and competing at a national level, and I would have to lose weight. I had to cut weight, and I realized that was a real competitive advantage to be able to cut, say, 25 pounds twice a week. So lose it within 12 hours, gain it back within anywhere from 6 to 12 hours, typically. And to do that without having, say, organ failure, you have to track things like electrolytes, and that sort of kicked off this realization that if you do some basic measurement that most people don't do, you can do the seemingly impossible, which is exciting. Now, I don't recommend doing that, obviously. It's very dangerous.
It's an extreme.
That's an extreme, but what I do is I sort of explore the absurd extremes to show that what other people are thinking of as obstacles that are holding them back are extremely achievable. So if I can, say, practice with David Blaine to learn how to go from a 45-second breath hold to 3 minutes and 33 seconds and do that with a half hour of training, well, what are the impossibles in your life, reader, right, or listener, that you should tackle? Or if hey, here's an example of someone without any instruction, no trainer, no anything, lost 200 pounds following a handful of rules, why can't you do X, right? Why can't you lose that last 10?
It's like
whatever it might
testing
be?
ourselves and our limits. And that, of course, led you to the 4-hour work week, the 4-hour body, the 4-hour series
4 hour,
franchise.
which was never intended to be a franchise, but you got to run with it when you can, I guess.
And now
And
you
you
have the 4 hours.
Yeah, you're doing a
left.
panel here, how to rock South by Southwest in 4 hours.
You have to do it. It's just the blessing and the curse at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that just good branding, or do you really think you can rock South by in 4 hours, an event this big?
I think that you probably could if you were forced to and you had to be very strategic about it. I think that a lot of people go about conferences in in a very ineffective way, in my opinion, where they're just trying to collect as many business cards as possible. That's very, very time consuming, and it's very ineffective. But I think that if you were to say, instead of hunting the A-listers on the panels, go after connecting with moderators who can point you to thought leaders who are read by all of the A-listers.
Is that why you
You could
connect
do
with
that.
me? I'm always a moderator.
What's that?
I'm a moderator, always.
No, you're not always a moderator. You're an A-lister. Moderator, multi-hyphenate. You've got a lot going on.
Joking.
So I think that if you were to take that approach, for instance, you could probably make 2 or 3 meaningful connections that would last you 4 or 5 years. And if you look at, say, for instance, when the 4-hour workweek had its tipping point in 2007 after South by, the people I spent the most time with at South by, 90% of them are still my close friends.
Well, yeah.
And it's lasted 7 years.
As our networks are getting bigger through social media, like how can we maintain them, keep in touch with people like professionally, like the modern day networking? What is that like for you? How do you imagine it to be?
I think of it not as keeping in touch, but in having a deep personal connection or experience with someone initially. And if you do that, you don't have to keep in touch. So if you think about, say, your oldest, closest friends, you don't see them maybe for a year potentially, and then you see them and it's like no time passed at all. You pick right up. And I feel like good relationships, whether they're personal or professional, ideally both, are exactly like that. But you have to invest the energy on the front side to make that possible. So for me, what the advice I gave people at the How to Rock South by, and I think this is true for a lot in life, is try to just have one deep human connection with someone who is a pre-VIP. Someone who is not the A-lister, but who could be an A-lister in 2 or 3 years at anything at this conference. Even if you're a tech person, it could be music or film. The reason being, the best at what they do always know the best in other fields. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And
It's interesting, yeah. But I feel like that's for life too, because I also feel like I don't see, we're all busy, so I don't get to see a lot of my friends even all the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can go back to moments, memories that are meaningful.
Yeah, it doesn't have to require a lot of upkeep. And it's true with learning languages also. I mean, it's a strange comparison, but I've studied a lot of languages and always thought I was bad at languages. I was told I was bad at languages at one point when I was studying Spanish like everyone else. But if you make the upfront investment, you can resurrect those languages very, very quickly in, say, 2 to 3 weeks. You don't have to maintain them. I think the same is true with maintaining really deep, powerful connections with people.
And it's not only, I think, in some ways spending the time, but it's like engaging, really like focusing on the person that you're talking with and whatever you're doing at that moment. Because it's so tempting at an event like this where there's so much going on to like, okay, I'm going to spend 20 minutes here and then 20 minutes there, and I'm going to be thinking about where I'm going next or what I'm going to eat for lunch.
Totally agreed. And so, for instance, if I meet someone, I will ask them what I want to know, not what I might think is useful for a business purpose. An example might be, so I will meet someone really famous, let's just say filmmaker. I'm fascinated by film, but if I find out he has 4 kids who love him, he's been married for 20 years, and I see them interacting, it's clear they still have some type of sexual chemistry, I'll be like, okay, I just got out of a long relationship, 37, how would you recommend I think about marriage and kids? Like, because you've figured something out, and most people haven't. I mean, I'll go straight there.
Well, that's because those are the conversations they're not used to. So right away, instead of like going through the motions, they're like, oh, this is like finally someone I get to talk about something different with.
Yeah.
I tend to like do that too.
Yeah, and
I think that's interesting.
No, and it's at a conference like this, it's not enough to be smart. It's not enough to be better at something. You have to be different, because it's particularly if you're talking to someone who has a crowded channel of people around them, in front of them, and so on, you have to be somewhat different. And one way you can do that very easily is, instead of trying to make a massive, huge impression and like blurting out some Micro Machines speed pitch at them, which they're not going to remember, by the way, is instead of trying to make an impression, leave a memento. So what I would do sometimes is go up to someone who's, let's say, doing a book signing, busier than hell. Everyone's trying to pitch them something, and I'd say, I realize you're under a lot of time pressure right now, a lot of people behind me. I'm not going to take up more than 10 seconds just to give you this, and I'll give them, say, a folded up 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. It's like, this explains what I'm doing. I think it's very relevant to what you're up to for ABC, given that showing that I've done my homework. You can read it on the plane, on the toilet, or you can just throw it out. But I think I've put a lot of thought into it, and here you go. Have a nice day. And by doing that, you demonstrate quite a few things. Number one, you understand the pressure that they're experiencing. Number two, you're kind of familiar with the game. And number three, you get to practice and refine the perfect pitch that they can then read when they are calm and not in front of a line of 50 people.
Right.
So, I mean, a lot of your tips, like beyond South by, though, these seem to be tips in terms of how to get to the next stage, whether it be in your career or life, better connect with people.
Definitely.
These are kind of guidelines for life in many ways.
I think so, yeah. I think that the skills that make someone good in life are the skills that make someone good in business, and vice versa. I think that a lot of it comes down to cultivating skills in relationships. And if you can cultivate skills in relationships interpersonally, you can do that in a business context if you recognize the principles that underlie success in one or the other. And you can study these things. You can practice these things. So it's like, all right, try not to ask, what do you do, right? Like, how do you navigate around that? That's your exercise for today. Don't ask that. And you don't have to say, like, well, if you were a breakfast cereal, what would you be? Like, you don't have to ask ludicrous nonsense questions, but you could just, how do you get to the same answer through a different route? Yeah. You can say, hey, where are you from? And they'll say, oh, I'm from New York. Oh, have you always lived in New York? No, I grew up in Cincinnati. How do you get from Cincinnati to New York? They will tell you exactly what they do by giving you the narrative of that story.
Interesting.
But if you were a breakfast cereal, which one would you be?
If I were a breakfast cereal, Fruit Loops.
Yeah,
oh.
that's a good answer.
Or maybe, I don't know. I do like the expression cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs,
yeah.
because I think I am
Your cut of
sometimes
Cocoa?
a little
Your
cuckoo for
Cocoa
Cocoa
Puffs?
Puffs. Yeah. Split.
I got to ask about this. Part of your seminar here, part of your speech was about getting drunk at South by Southwest, and I managed to dig up some of your tips. You recommend eating burned toast and avocados.
Yeah.
What is going on? Why?
Not
how is that gonna help
necessarily
you?
together.
Avocados
Not
are
necessarily together, but so the avocado, part of the reason people feel very hungover and are hungover and can't perform well the next day is because they get dehydrated. So alcohol inhibits something called vasopressin. It's a hormone related to short-term memory and also fluid retention. That's why you piss like a racehorse when you drink too much booze. So avocado contains more potassium than bananas. It's just a simple way. If you put, say, a bit of vinegar, that makes it taste really good, and salt on it, you can increase your fluid retention when this sort of hormonal imbalance kicks in from drinking too much booze. And it's just so plentiful here. It's easy to get guacamole. So that's a pretty easy way to mitigate the damage. The second thing, so the burnt toast is related to active, or they call it active or activated carbon or charcoal. So they will administer activated carbon for, say, drug overdoses in some instances in hospitals. So acetaminophen, for instance, if someone swallows a bottle of acetaminophen. And there have been studies done where they look at comparing formalized, sort of like manufactured activated carbon with burnt toast that they would like scrape into yogurt to make more palatable, and it does have an effect. So if you're looking for a MacGyver approach to sort of bootlegging active carbon, so that particularly if you're drinking something like red wine with tannins,
Right.
super, super useful. So those are two very helpful tips that I used last night myself.
Nice hangover tips from Tim Ferriss.
Yeah.
That's a segment we'll be cutting down.
That's news you can use.
So
right there.
at South by, it seems there's always a new startup. Like 2007, it was Twitter. What's the startup? What are the, I guess, the tools and startups we'll be seeing blow up from 2015 here this year?
Well, okay, so I have my own biases, of course, coming in as someone who's been investing and advising since 2007. The company that I had a fair amount of booze with last night that I'm extremely optimistic about and increasingly optimistic about is Ship, SHYP.com. So I'm a backer and a longtime supporter of this company, but they're basically taking on, I mean, in a sense, people think of them as like taking on FedEx and UPS, but they allow anyone to ship anything at sort of the drop of a hat through the app. And somebody shows up, they're called heroes, within, say, 10 to 20 minutes, and they will beat the prices that you would get going directly to, say, USPS or UPS store because they have these negotiated discount rates for volume. And that company has just taken off. Had a lot of hilarity ensue at the Crunchies related to Ship, but they're doing a fantastic job. CEOs from Canada, and
Yeah.
And I think that it's those types of services that not only remove friction and give you back time, like the Ubers of the world, but that can also give you a cost savings. Are really sort of no-brainers. I mean, I've been playing around with Meerkat and other apps.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. What
I've been
think of
playing around for the
Meerkat.
first time. Gary Vaynerchuk was taking me through a tutorial
Of course.
of Meerkat while using Meerkat. But there's more here to take in. There's more here than anyone can take in. It's drinking from a fire hose. So for me, I use South by in a way to sort of rekindle or reconnect with those people that I might not see otherwise, good friends from New York and other places, and to eat a lot of barbecue. But
Of course.
if I hear about something 20 times, then I'll take a look at it.
Well, so what do you think of it now that you've seen it? Is this something that's going to be sustainable? Like
Meerkat?
The Meerkat thing? Is it a
Sustainable.
fad?
I think it could be sustainable. Sustainable to me,
Or just like
in this case, isn't a question of product quality because I
Yeah.
think it's a very high quality product that I could see using, which is always my first question. Even as an investor, could I use this and proselytize for this? So it's a very high quality product. Sustainability often has more to do with the decisions they make inside the company and how they hire and the systems that they put in place. But I'm sure 90% of what's here will be ephemera. It'll be gone by next year. And that's okay, because the only way that you unearth these really cool gems is by sort of being that kid or that person who's just like, who cares? Like, what is the worst case scenario? If I try this harebrained idea, what is the worst case scenario? no dependence, no this, no that. I'm like, yeah, pursue that crazy idea, because that crazy idea, scratching your itch, right? The way that Dorsey did with Twitter could turn into Twitter.
Totally.
But the implications for, say, Arab Spring, and no one was thinking about that at that time. It started off as somebody solving a problem that they had, and that's it. Uber, same story. It didn't start off with necessarily. I mean, there was some prescience in terms of looking at the implications of creating that entire logistics fabric, but it started off with just being really, really frustrated with how shitty cabs are in a handful of cities. It's just like, Jesus Christ, really? Like, I can't get, this is the mission in downtown San Francisco. I cannot get a cab. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. So I don't dismiss ideas that seem trivial or that seem self-indulgent or that seem like fads, because they can oftentimes just tilt 5 degrees and turn into the next Uber or the next Google. So that's why South by is so, one of the reasons South by is so fun for me.
So besides being an investor in a lot of these companies and being like a leader, like an entrepreneur yourself, you're also a brand. How do you balance out and figure out what social networks to use these days, where to place yourself and tell your story?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think that there's a deluge of tools. So you have to choose. Are you the person who jumps on every new network just in case? I've never been that person, and I think sometimes to my detriment. I only got on Instagram maybe 5 months ago. I think that's probably foolish that I waited that long. But I'm not on Snapchat currently, for instance.
I was going to ask you.
Maybe that's foolish. But I feel like you need to use the tool, not have the tool use you. And for me, I am primarily a text and audio guy. I'm not as comfortable in video. And I could change that. But here's the thing. Malcolm Gladwell is a brand. He's not on Snapchat every day. As far as I know, he's not on Instagram every day. He's just putting out really fucking good writing. Am I allowed to say F-bombs?
Yeah, say what you want.
He's focusing on his unique capability, which is putting out good long-form storytelling. And so for me, I think it's very easy as a creator. It's difficult, I should say, as someone who is a long-form writer, to not get seduced by just spending time on social media, because it's so much easier than sitting down and grappling inside my own head for months or years at a time to produce a book. But to answer your question, I have found that not all broadcast tools are useful in the same way. So Twitter, for instance, I find very, very useful for communicating with a tech audience. I find it very, very useful for getting the attention of celebrities or interesting people I might want to connect with, because there's it's very clean sort of direct messaging capability, and the way that things get retweeted is helpful for that. For click-through rates, I find Facebook 5 to 10 times more useful for any type of content promotion, including links. But in Instagram, I'm just using for shits and giggles right now.
Sometimes that's what but all these networks and platforms start for fun, right?
Yeah.
And that's how you sometimes need to navigate it before thinking about it as a strategy.
I have strategies, but my strategies are off-platform usually, because, for instance, I'm very focused on email right now, and the reason I'm focused on email is because I control email. And the blog, same story. WordPress, it's not going away. And the problem with, say, a Facebook, which I love, is, and I heard this from someone who built a multi-million-dollar business on Facebook, and the question was, what is it like having such a successful business on Facebook? And he said, it's like having the most lucrative McDonald's in the world built on top of a volcano. And you don't know when it's going to explode, because they could change the algorithm the next week and you could be out of business. And I was like, I think I'll focus on email. I can always drive people from email to Facebook.
Yeah.
Right.
If Facebook changes something, now all of a sudden I am reaching, say, 20% organic of my audience. Now I've lost the capability to drive them to a channel that I control.
Yeah, and search is and honestly the same way. Like Google changes their algorithm all the time.
Absolutely.
And it messes up, your ability to get out.
Absolutely.
What's the next big project, next 4 hour, or are you going in another direction? Where are we going to see Tim
The next big project, which very excited about, haven't really talked about, is, because it just happened, I was able to get digital distribution rights for the TV show that I did. 13 episodes. It's very rare. I co-executive produced it and hosted it. It was filmed by the crew that does all of Anthony Bourdain's work, 0.0. They're incredible. And so I have 13 episodes of broadcast quality television. It's called the Tim Ferriss Experiment, where I partner with a very unorthodox world-class teacher each week to tackle something like professional poker or surfing with, say, Laird Hamilton, or parkour. That was a bad idea. I got really, really, really hurt. And deconstruct these things to try to show people the tools that they can use in their lives to tackle anything else. And to just show them also, like, this seems impossible. It seems impossible, and it might be impossible, to try to learn a language well enough in 3 to 4 days to do a 6-minute interview like this on live television.
That's crazy.
But let's see what happens.
Yeah.
What's the worst? The worst thing that happens is I make an ass of myself on TV. The best case, I show that, no, it doesn't take a lifetime to in a language. You can do it in as short as a handful of weeks. So the distribution, the self-distribution of a show that was produced for broadcast digitally, that's going to happen in the next few months. And it took a lot of effort to get those contracts done, as you can imagine. A lot of effort. And I'm really excited about that.
Yeah, so self-distribution, because you did that with Amazon with your book, last book too.
So the last book was through Amazon Publishing.
Yeah.
And it got boycotted by all of the big box retailers, Barnes & Noble, Target, Walmart, et cetera, which was super challenging. So it's not enough to have a good product. You need good distribution. And it's if you want to hit the maximum number, if you want to have the maximum impact on the maximum number of people. And that frustration with being boycotted was part of the reason that I ended up then starting the podcast, which is now, been it's the top business podcast on iTunes. And it has been for a while now. But the goal was to do a 6-episode limited engagement, and then I could reassess. And I was hoping to crack into the top 100, and it's stayed in the top 20 pretty much. But the point being, I wanted something that I controlled the distribution of yet again. You might say, well, wait a second, it's iTunes. It's like, no, but I don't. You don't host on iTunes. I host on Libsyn, and then I own that audio. I can do whatever I want with it. If it came to pass that iTunes changed everything, they decided they didn't like Tim Ferriss, which I hope doesn't happen, of course, but I would still have all of that content, and I can do anything I want with it. And just as someone who's been through the ringer with distribution, I'm very, very excited to finally have this footage back.
So the empowerment DIY is where it's at in 2015. Can you give finally advice to the entrepreneur of this year, like where we're at right now in the landscape?
Yeah, I can. Which camera am I looking at?
Look at a camera.
Just pan.
Pick which one you like.
I'll pick this one. All right. So my advice to entrepreneurs is pretty simple, and that is treat the early stages like a series of 2-week experiments. Do inexpensive 2-week experiments or inexpensive $200 experiments. And that is how some of the largest businesses you've ever heard of were started. And those experiments could be in product design, where you build something and then offer it to someone through whether it's people you recruit on Craigslist or just friends of yours. Or it could be in terms of, say, user acquisition, Facebook, et cetera. But short 2-week experiments where you are betting only as much time or money as you can afford to lose. That's it. And you don't have to make big permanent decisions about the direction of your company or your product every day. Short experiments.
Awesome. Tim Ferriss, everyone.
Thanks, Tim.
Thank you so much again. Give him a round of applause. Always interesting, insightful, inspiring. Thank you again.
Thank
and
you.
of course, all of you watching live online here in person in Austin, stay tuned. We have a ton more guests coming up. Who do we have coming up?
Oh, we got
Lyonne.
up next. We got the cast of 1 and 2: Elizabeth Reaser, Grant Bowler, and Timothee Chalamet.
We have Bethany Mota coming up, who
We got
I'm
Bethany Mota.
excited
We got
about.
Natasha Lyonne coming by later from the film
Yeah.
Fresno. Bethany Mota,
I already said Bethany Mota.
Yeah, we got the cast.
Oh, I'm excited for Colin Hanks, actually.
Colin Hanks
who
and-
did a whole documentary on Tower Records.
Yeah,
it was
All
really
Things Must
interesting.
Pass. Plus the cast of K-Town Cowboys and the creators of
Ken
that
Jeong.
web show turned movie, and 6 Years.
Yes.
Taissa, Farmiga, and the cast of 6 Years.
So a
coming
lot
too.
to come. So definitely tweet us at What's Trending News in the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. We're following your tweets for all those questions. Also, Haley, our community manager, is in the chat room.
She's
so
over
say
there.
hi to her. She's somewhere out there in the audience. Now I see you. And that's about it for now. We'll see you in just a bit. Stay tuned. watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest. We have tons of great guests today, and we're, of course, wanting to hear from you. Tweet us at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. Also, join us in the chat room. Lyonne here. What's going on?
We are delighted to have the cast of 1 and 2.
Yes, welcome
Cast and
to
director
What's
of 1 and 2.
Trending.
Elizabeth Reaser, Grant Bowler, Timothee Chalamet, and Andrew Palermo.
Thank you
Thanks,
so much
guys,
for being here
joining us.
and for tweeting. I know it's a task for some of you.
The older ones are missing.
Well, no, it's awesome because, sometimes you don't know some more like the filmmakers and the actors, the people deep in the film world. Like, they don't really, sometimes they care to tweet, sometimes they don't. Some people don't even have Twitter accounts right now or Instagram accounts.
We all have one?
Yeah.
Yeah, we all have one.
We're all on Twitter?
I think we're all very progressive.
Yeah.
It's funny, the Kiernan, who's also in the movie, Kiernan Shipka, she is 4 years younger than I am and has an enormous social media following. So that inspired me to get my own enormous
Gotta
social media
do
following.
it. I know you're 4
And I
years
have,
older. You're old right now, but
Yeah, but I have 1,000 followers.
Trying to get her to retweet you all the time. See if
Well,
you can-
she put a picture up last night with me in it, and I got so many followers, and now I'm like,
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
does it for
Get
kids
in on
these
that.
days, really. So let's tell people a bit about the movie because obviously a lot of people haven't seen it who might be watching.
Yeah, it's a movie, a film with these fine folks, and it follows 2 children who grow up in isolation and sort of on a mysterious farmhouse. And the children are played by Timo and Kiernan, and they sort of have special powers. It's a little bit of like a coming-of-age story and a little bit of genre mixed in as well.
So for the actors, I mean, because it's sort of like magical realism, like sort of there's a supernatural element to it. How do you keep the film grounded and keep it in some kind of reality that you can play when there's all these kind of crazy, otherworldly things happening?
Well, I think this is something that Andrew did a great job of in the film. I have a belief that the more surreal the environment or the story, the more naturalistic the performances have to be.
Right.
And I think as a cast and with Andrew, we tried to keep it very, very grounded, almost in hyper-realism. So it's a very subtle film. It's a very lyrical kind of feel to it.
yeah, Grant had mentioned that to me yesterday in the Q&A, and I thought that was so well seen that the higher the stakes as far as the supernatural elements go, or like you said, the magical realism, the more important I think it is for the actors to ground it in a sense of reality, or else the audience isn't going to know what they're watching if there's crazy special effects and the actors are doing all these weird things,
Yeah. And it sort of heightens the strangeness of the otherworldly elements when it's very relatable, kind of real, lived-in sort of people. I always think of maybe like Spielberg films, like E.T. or Close Encounters, where it only works the sort of bigger elements because you really feel like you connect to those people as individuals.
Now, Elizabeth, you've been part of the supernatural space in many ways. From
It's
the
a little
Twilight,
scene film some people might have heard of.
Isn't that fun, kind of jumping into another type of supernatural film? With a
Yes,
different type
except
of
that I
scenario
had
and
no
context.
special powers in this movie.
Oh, no. It's too bad.
I was just a normal human. Not normal, actually, but I was human in this movie. No, I think what was very exciting about this movie, and along the lines of what they were saying, is that it was really about this family, and that was mostly what Andrew focused on. And so the supernatural elements really, like you were saying, the Close Encounters reference is such a great reference because those movies are so grounded in these families and this emotional storytelling, and that's what Andrew was able to accomplish.
Yeah, and Andrew, you're sort of coming at this. You're a cinematographer. You shot You're Next, which is a film I saw here at South by a few years ago. That's amazing. And Rich Hill sort of coming for documentaries. What made you want to transition into doing a scripted feature, and why this story? What spoke to you about it?
Well, it's. I mean, when I'm shooting, I shoot mainly fiction films, and it's primarily where my interest lies. With Rich Hill, it was a special instance. It was a very personal film, and I just, it sort of happened. I don't know that I'll continue to be making docs. I'd really like to eventually, but primarily narratives is where I'm interested. But with this film, it was something that was long gestating, and it offered me a chance to work on some things that interest me about family, and it was also stuff that we mined in Rich Hill as well. But yeah, it's kind of I really, really like this Spielberg thing because in all of his films it's this way. He's mining like very, very personal, very intense emotion. E.T. is clearly about like his family's divorce and like the way he felt as a kid in a broken home. And in this film, in our instance, it's a film that I really relate to my sister growing up, and some of the things we had to endure as children, and traumatic experiences that really bonded us. And the kids in the film, go through a lot, and they come out on the other side, invincible, basically, in my opinion.
And
I was like, no, you go. No, you go.
No, you.
No, you. Supernatural themed films. It's like, they've been around, like E.T. But for some reason, I feel like the past 2 years with, Twilight, there's so many people that want to jump into that, whether it be through, powers or vampires or zombies and this, that. Like, why do you think that's happening now? Why is there that interest?
Well, I think it's a lot of things. I mean, primarily, I think it's marketable. I mean, it's fundable, but also I think it's like a nice in way, like a path into mining things that are much deeper and harder to discuss. And perhaps if it was just a film about horrible things that this family endures, and it didn't have this other thing, people could keep it at arm's length. But there's something that makes it really thrilling and exciting, and it's a film that I totally am interested in. I think, as you should make a film for yourself and like what you'd like to see. And there were very few films that I could look to that were guidances in that way. But I think we've tread our own path, and it's a weird mixture of a lot of things.
Yeah.
And I think genre, if I can jump in, genre is a very powerful tool that way, in that you can break down racial stereotypes, gender stereotypes, all sorts of preconceptions that we often come to realism with, we can evaporate in genre. And as Andrew says, explore story elements that normally we might find a lot more confronting, or we'd have to battle our way through certain preconceptions in order to examine. So, yeah, it's a lovely element of this movie because it is a really, really concentrated little vignette on the lives of 4 people.
And Timothee, I want to ask, it is largely a movie about this very close sibling relationship with you and Kieran and Shipka. So how did you guys sort of work that out? Did you work out a lot of your own backstory? What were the kind of conversations you were having before shooting?
Well, it was really important to me going into it that we had a good chemistry. Mm-hmm. And as far as the backstory goes, and I don't want to say too much without revealing.
Yeah, don't give away. No spoilers, please.
But there's an air of mystery to it that Kieran and I could have really pestered Andrew with and been like, what does this mean? What does this mean? What does this mean? But that added to it not really knowing what some of the things were about. So we definitely didn't try to address that with each other. But I was talking about this with her last week. We were so lucky in that we got along, because even the first day we tackled a pretty crazy scene that didn't make it into the movie. I can't imagine what it would have been like if we actually didn't like each other.
So we have a Would You Rather game, Superheroes Edition.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Superpowers.
yeah.
Superheroes. Superpowers.
It's not Iron Man.
Would You Rather Superpowers Edition. Let's begin. We'll ask a Would You Rather. You know how it works.
It's just Would You Rather. We'll give you 2 options. You guys tell us which one.
All right, go, Lon.
All right, so number 1, would you rather have super strength, but you die at 60, or you have no superpowers at all, but you live to be 100?
Dead at 60.
Super strength?
Yeah, you mean like you're really, really strong.
No,
like
I'd like to
Superman,
live.
Wonder Woman strength.
No, I want to live the 100.
Live to 100.
Yeah.
No, dead at 60.
What's the quality of my life at 100? Am I like decrepit or?
If you're normal, if you now...
I'm me at 100.
You're you and you live to 100.
I'm all about it. Yeah, 100.
All right, well, that's 50-50.
So, would you rather have super speed or have the ability to teleport, but only to places you'd already visited?
What is super speed?
Super speed is like the Flash. Like you could run around the world in the next minute.
Yeah, because then isn't that like teleportation anyway? Like you would just swell.
I think teleportation, because I've been to some cool places that I would like to revisit right now.
I think super speed. You could get yourself out of any tricky situation.
There you go. Oh, nice.
Is that camera?
More dramatic that way.
There's that camera.
I'd go super speed as well, I think. Yeah.
I got to go with the speed.
Would you rather have heat vision or ice breath?
This is the last one.
Sorry, what?
Heat vision?
Heat vision. Heat vision.
What's
or
that?
ice breath.
Like you can burn anything with like laser heat eyes or ice breath. Like
You're gonna learn your superpowers here.
Laser eyes or ice?
Laser eyes.
Can I turn the ice breath off in the event that I'm
like
kissing
Superman.
someone?
If you want to freeze something with your breath, you can, or you can just talk normal.
Yeah, ice breath.
Ice breath.
Maybe
Yeah, I think ice breath would be most helpful in the kitchen. You've got a microwave, and you can heat things instantaneously, but there's no sort of like rapid cooling. You
Right.
get like a 6-pack. You don't. You get a juice. You get a juice at the store. Yeah, and you can instantly cool your juice.
As an Australian, everything's about barbecuing, so I got to go with the laser eyes.
Right.
I want to have laser eyes in a club. So I don't know where I'm dancing. I'm like,
No, it's you're burning.
That's murder.
I don't think you understand how laser.
Wait,
eyes
one
show
question about the
everybody.
ice breath. Do you look ridiculous when you open your mouth and
You're blowing.
It's like a
I'm
soft
very
kiss.
fascinated right
Yeah.
now.
Very soft
We should
kiss.
just animate this whole conversation with us doing all the superpowers. Thank you so much, you guys.
Thanks for having us.
being
Thank
here.
you.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks everybody.
The
Great.
1 and 2 cast. Check it out right now. Is it going to be hitting theaters anytime soon?
We don't yet know. It's gonna. We have 2 more screenings here at South
Okay.
by. Tomorrow at Lamar, I think at 3:30, and then one on Wednesday in the evening at like 7 or something.
And it was at Berlin. Congratulations
Yeah,
on that
yeah, we
one, too.
premiered in
It's
Berlin. It was
amazing.
great.
Awesome. Well, looking forward to seeing where else it hits, and I'm sure it'll be hitting a theater near you soon. And definitely stay tuned here. What's trending from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest. We have a ton more great guests coming up. Natasha Lyonne from
got the-
Fresno. We have Bethany Mota. We have Ken Jeong from K-Town Cowboys. Colin Hanks, who has a great documentary here. So remember also, we want to hear from you. So tweet us out what's trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. Tweet that out, and keep watching. It's
Longest
Sunday.
outro in the world.
Bye. Thanks for watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin. Day 2 here. I'm Cheryl Lazar, joining me, Lyonne Harris.
Oh, thanks,
a head
Cheryl.
writer here at What's Trending. It's
I
great
do
to
what I
have
can.
you joining all these live sessions and chats with some of the biggest filmmakers here,
Yeah.
influencers, talent.
It's been a great day
Exactly.
and a half.
And we have a great group of people joining us right now, representing one of the shorts here
Right.
at South by Southwest, the film festival.
Yeah, from the short film The Guest Room, we got the star, Lauren Potter, and the writer-director, Joshua Tate. Guys, thanks so much for being here. It's great to have you. We did get a chance to watch the short. It is a terrific film. We really both enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
So I think our first question, or my first question, would be, why did you want to tell this story, and what do you think Americans maybe don't understand about people who have Down syndrome or living with Down syndrome that you maybe can enlighten people about with this film?
Sure, well, I really wanted to tell this story because I have a lot of friends who are adults who have disabilities, and I have a cousin who has Down syndrome who's about Lauren's age. And so I always wanted to make a film with Lauren that would tell a story from the perspective of an adult with a disability who's going through the same types of issues that any adult would go through.
And how did you two meet? How did this all come together?
Well, we met in my agency in Alice Spring, and I wanted to do roles.
Yeah.
And so I met him and one of the producers named Marty, and I just realized. I said, "Hi, what's up?" And, and they said, "Well, nice to meet you. I'm Joshua, and this is Marty. We'd like to have you in the guest room." I'm like, "Oh my God."
Cool.
And you had read the script by that point, right?
Yes, I love the script.
Did you felt it represented like what you would be going through as a character like that? Do you feel like it was a proper representation?
I think so.
That's great.
Do you ever think, would you want to turn this sort of concept or this film maybe into like a feature? Like, could you see playing Amber in a full-length movie?
I hope so.
I hope so.
Is that directly like the goal? Like you'd like to sort of turn this into a larger project?
It absolutely is. We have a script written. We're still, we're developing it.
Oh, great.
That's what we're going for. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, it definitely feels like there's a world and there's some characters here that we're being introduced to that there could be sort of longer form storytelling about
Oh,
down
thanks.
the road.
Yeah, we think so too.
I agree with him.
So, what was your collaboration like? I mean, what were some of the conversations you guys were having about Amber and sort of her what she'd be going through and this experience for her?
She's going through a lot with dating, relationships, and her future, what's gonna be. And
Yeah, so we would sit down and we'd talk about it, about your own-
we talk about conversations, like what would Amber do, or where is a place that Amber would like to go to, or eat, something like that.
Yeah, and we would think about what would Lauren do in this situation? What would she want to do? We would talk a lot about that too sometimes.
Well, Morin wants to do whatever she wants.
There you
But
go.
she doesn't have that opportunity. But Amber does, which is really similar.
So did you write the film with Lauren in mind to play Amber, like right from the bat, and sort of, when did you first become aware of her?
Well, I wanted to write a story about an adult who had Down syndrome, who had an unplanned pregnancy, but I wasn't sure if it was going to be male or female. And then I started watching some Glee.
There you go.
I really, really, really have to work with Lauren Potter, and so I lucked out. I sent her the script, and she connected to it, and we connected, and from then, I made a few tweaks and stuff, but to really make sure it fit, as well as possible. But yeah.
What do you think your fans, your Glee fans, the Gleeks are huge. What do you think they would think of now, you doing a short film like this?
Well, because my fans came over to me and say, "Are you the Laura Potter from the guest room?"
Yeah.
And from Glee? I'm like, yeah. And they're like, "You're amazing on Glee, and you are really amazing. I just love the guest room." That's what they said.
That's so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on Guest Room, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit more dramatic, right?
Yeah.
So it's different from what they may have seen you, be on Glee.
Right.
How is it different, sort of, as an actress, to go from working on this huge TV show to working on this, like smaller kind of independent film?
Well, there's a lot of similarities. There's Becky on Glee.
Sure.
And there's Amber on the guest room. And it's really hard to tell which one is who.
Right.
And because in real life, I don't wear glasses anymore, and I don't have any. I don't get pregnant when in real life.
Hopefully not. That'll be another time. Yeah, what do you hope, I guess, these fans, like, you have someone like her that has been such a great representation of her world and her community on Glee, and then showing them another facet as part of this. I mean, that must have also been what you had in mind, because a lot of those fans are of that age where they might, the next stage of their lives, that would be going through this as well.
Absolutely. That was a huge part of it. I mean, I knew that Lauren's fan base, she is such a hero and an inspiration to so many adults who also have Down syndrome, and a lot of teenagers who have Down syndrome who are becoming older adults who are thinking about going taking that next step in their lives. And it's a really it's an interesting gray area to talk about. And so we thought this would be a great opportunity to raise these questions and get people talking about it and thinking about the best way to support and empower people with different disabilities.
Well, yeah, what, I guess, message do you hope a film like this has for people with Down syndrome, and then people that might see it from the outside?
You want to?
Sure. Well, I hope the top message is just about making the conversation one about support rather than one about control. It's about really supporting what people like Amber want in their lives, and we want to make sure everybody's safe, but it's all about support and empowerment and really seeing adults with disabilities like they're adults.
In fact, the guest room opens with a kind of a romantic scene with you and your co-star. Can you tell us a little bit like what that was like to shoot? What was going through your mind when you were making that?
Well, there's 2 shows in romantic episodes.
Mm-hmm.
One of them was on Glee.
Sure.
And one of them is the guest room.
Right.
And Josh was who directed Amber and Daniel together.
Right.
And they found love, and they giggle, they do all of that. But on Glee is a whole different story.
Right.
You know, like Becky has a boyfriend named Daryl. And Daryl is one of the relationships with Becky. But the guest room would just say that Daniel just fell in love with Amber, which is really interesting. And I think I wanted to film this co-star, and
you had a little sex scene.
I do have a sex scene. I was gonna say that too.
Let's get down to business.
That is right.
Yeah.
Was that, do you get nervous doing that in front of the camera?
Yeah. Every time if I film like Glee or the guest room, I get a little nervous.
Yeah, but you do it. You make it work. But you make it work.
And we're getting ready to say goodbye to Glee. It's wrapping up. It's in its final season. I think the last episode is airing this week. So what does that feel like to say goodbye to this character that you've played? Becky's been a part of your life for so long now.
Well, I am sad about it because one of my co-stars passed away, and it's really hard because there's a lot of stuff going through, and we'll just say that it's really hard, overwhelming, and I don't want to cry anymore, and I just don't want to get in the way.
Yeah, and what message do you have for the Gleeks watching who supported, the cast, the whole show throughout so many years? Now that they're saying goodbye, do you have a message for all the fans? What would you say?
I would say, well, it's nice knowing you, all of you, and I gonna miss all my family on Glee, and I hope I see you guys soon and touch base with you guys.
And you will see him soon. You're not going away.
And then on Twitter, too. I'm sure they could tweet you up and do all the social media and more films to come. Are you going to be doing more films, do you think? Do you like doing films?
I do love films, and I want to keep doing more TV shows or movies.
Sure.
Like comedy, drama, romantic and comedies and stuff.
What are your favorite kinds of movies?
I really like spy scene. I like drama, romantic, dancing, of course.
Maybe you'll be on Dancing with the Stars.
I love Dancing with the Stars.
That'd be amazing. Well, thank you so much again for being here. Definitely check out their short. If it's, hopefully it'll be online or available, iTunes, I'm sure, Google Play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometime soon outside the festival circuit. And Lauren, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
It's been great meeting you.
Nice meeting
and
you.
Up next, we have Natasha Lyonne from Fresno. We have Colin Hanks. We have Bethany Mota and Jeong from K-Town Cowboys. So much coming up. So tweet us at What's Trending, #Samsung South by Southwest. I'm on my phone.
You got the whole.
I'm on my phone right
rigmarole.
now. They hate me being on my phone, but that's the only way I connect with all of you. It's my excuse.
The only
for
way.
Real. It's the only way. So stick around, and hope you're having a great Sunday with us. See you in just a minute. much, running live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas.
Of course
Yeah, I'm Cheryl Lazar, Lyonne Harris right here.
Hi, everybody.
What's going on? We have some great guests joining us, including now from Adult Beginners, Roscast director Nick Kroll.
What's up, Samsung Gallery?
Wow.
That's
You're like
as
my hype
exciting
man.
as I've ever seen them.
You're my hype man today.
Yeah, that's all I
I'm
am.
feeling it. Now, a lot of people here are fans of the Kroll Show.
Yeah.
And sad to see it ending.
Yeah.
What's that like for you? Because
It's a weird thing when you decide to end a show because people either are happy to let it go or
so sick of those characters.
God, jeez.
But it's a nice feeling that people wish there were more. You always want to, oh, there, look at that. Look at me right there.
Oh.
I got to look like that more often. That's a good look for me. It's very nice to have people want more, and it was a great experience, and it helped me in this stage to go make this movie. But it's also nice to be able to support this movie, and I wouldn't be able to do that if I was working on Kroll Show at this moment. And this is something that I wanted to put my time into, and because I really believe in what we made, that I can really get behind it. And it's more of a dramedy than what I've done, more straight comedy. And yet it feels not dissimilar to what I was doing in a weird way on Kroll Show, which is like whatever character I'm playing, I'm trying to play to the height of that person's emotional honesty.
You've evolved and you're just doing so amazingly, which is awesome to see.
I'm a very serious actor now, and I want to make sure that people understand that about me.
Oh yes, this is you're bringing it to a new level.
That's
really
right.
With this movie. Well, you do. I mean, this is a bit of a different character for you.
Yeah, it is. The movie is about me. I'm an entrepreneur, and the bottom falls out of my business, and my world. I lose my girlfriend. I have to leave New York City, and the only place I can turn is to move in with my sister and her husband and their 3-year-old son, and I become their nanny.
You're actually credited as coming up with the story for
Yeah.
the film as well. Why was this like a story that you wanted to tell right now? I mean, what was resonant about it to you?
Well, I have 12 nieces and nephews.
No way.
Yeah. My family doesn't believe in protection, and so I have taken care of my niece and nephews very sparingly. I was like, oh, I'm in no shape to take care of a kid. What would it be like if I genuinely had to take care of a child? And I brought that idea to Mark Duplass, who is my co-star in The League. And he and his brother Jay produce so many movies and are so smart. And Mark really helped usher me through the process. And then we found our writers, Liz Flahive and Jeff Cox. And then we developed the script for a year or two, and then got Rose and Bobby attached to star in it. I went to Rose first because we needed to find my sister first.
Right.
We showed Rose the script. She's like, I don't know if this is weird, but I think my boyfriend could be perfect for the other part. I said, who's your boyfriend? She said, Bobby Cannavale. And I was like, we wrote the part
No
for
way.
Bobby. The character's
that's
name
great.
was Bobby. Everything came together, and then I was introduced to Ross, and we kept building a bigger and better team of people who were artistically and otherwise on the same page. And also, the movie's called Adult Beginners. It's really about people who are adults on paper, but in reality are still kids in a lot of ways and are still figuring it out. I'm the same age that my dad was when I was born.
Isn't that wild?
My dad had
Yeah.
4 kids and had built a company. And I can barely get my beer socks to match. So it's
Whoa!
like
Check these out.
slices of
Pizzas
pizza.
and beers.
Yeah, there we go. Thank
Oh,
you,
I'm
Shira.
feeling
You're
it.
very
Yeah, I was
kind.
trying with my nails.
Guys, we can't find the right camera
Great
here.
fashion
There we go.
statement here at South by.
There we go. So that's who I am. So I think there were some universal truths that Rose and then Bobby identified with.
live from the What's Trending studio. It's the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. How about that? Excitement in the air. I'm Cheryl Lazard. Joining me, Alicia Malone from Fandango.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. And we've been talking to some great filmmakers, talent, entrepreneurs here at South by. You want to introduce our next guest?
Sure, I'm really excited because I love this movie, Fresno.
Yeah.
So we've got Natasha, Lyonne, Jamie Babbit, and Carrie Tornado.
There you go. Welcome to What's Trending, you guys.
Thank
and
you.
remember, we are hearing from you here on the live stream. We're in the chat room. Also, tweet us at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest.
Sorry.
Does that help you with your voice?
No, I was just checking if it was on, but now I realize it was.
It is on. Oh, I like it.
Mm-hmm.
How's your South by Southwest so far?
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, you having fun?
Carrie's gonna go see a Japanese punk rock band.
Ooh.
Yeah. What did you say was gonna happen to your brain?
It was gonna explode with bukkake?
Something to that. So that seems exciting.
It
but
is.
Jamie and I are gonna miss it.
Because you're so busy working. You have 2 films here this year.
Yeah, I do. One movie is called Hello, My Name is Doris. And Doris is Sally Field. It's a Michael Showalter movie. He's great. And Sally Field got like a standing ovation last night because she's Sally Field. Our movie is been terrific.
Well, a great cast of characters. I mean,
it's called Fresno.
Yes.
And Carrie Janetta wrote it, and Jamie directed it. Judy Greer is not here.
She was
She's
here yesterday.
at P.F. Chang's.
You
was
left
here
her at P.F.
yesterday.
Chang's?
Yeah, she was just, and Aubrey Plaza is in her hotel room, or I think she was looking for a kebab. So everybody's up to different stuff.
You gotta eat.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
I really love this movie. Carrie, can you tell us where the spark of this idea first started?
Basically, just started with me thinking about my own relationship with my sister, which is complicated, and from there, it just sort of went off into the crazy direction that the movie kind of goes.
And how did you get you have such amazing cameos, cast of leads in this movie. How did that all come together?
Well, I mean, I'm a writer on Portlandia, so I know Fred.
Which is one of my, I love that show, by the way. Love it. Anyway.
Yeah, so that's why Fred's in the movie,
Yeah.
and Kumail, and I've worked with John Daly before. Most of the boys in the movie. And then
I've worked with all the ladies.
That's what I'm talking
I
about.
was going to say, you two worked together back in 1999.
But I'm a cheerleader, yeah.
1997 is when we actually made it.
Wow.
Yeah, we made it in 97. And I worked with Judy Greer on her FX show, Married, and Jessica St. Clair on her USA show, Playing House, and it was just a chance to bring all the ladies that I love working with into one movie.
How did Molly Shannon come to be?
Oh, Molly Shannon lives in our neighborhood, and she's also from Cleveland, and we attacked her at a coffee shop.
Yeah, and she actually told me to drop a physical script off at her house, and I did. She gave me her address, and
did you go superstar?
Yes.
Was Fresno worried about how you're going to represent them in the movie?
I am on the internet, and
it happens.
I'm so sorry.
No, I love it.
So when I'm on there, I look at things, and I see as related to this movie, a lot of people being like, don't fuck with my hometown or whatever. Is this a curse show?
You can do what you want. We like people being who they are.
But yeah, a lot of people are like, don't mess with Fresno. Which definitely, it reads like a threat, you guys. Heads up. I don't know why I'm yelling.
You're feeling it. You're reenacting what they would be maybe doing to you. And so what is? I mean, so you're online. You see all this stuff as someone's who's acting.
I see all kinds of stuff online. Believe me, lady.
And so, how do you react? Because this is, in the end, it's a dark movie, but still a comedy.
Well, I was a little bit paranoid, I have to say, last night when I saw the movie. And then when the title comes up, it's very funny title of Fresno, and it's just like a pit of dirt. And I was nervous for your life in that time, but it's gonna be fine.
It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'm from a terrible town called Cleveland, and I grew up in an underdog city, so I really responded to living in an armpit and wanting to get out. And when we decided to make the movie in California rather than Cleveland, I thought about what is the Cleveland of California, and it really is Fresno.
You're just trying to be realistic.
And I'm from Canberra in Australia, which is also an armpit.
Yeah.
So the thing that I loved about this movie was it has such interesting female characters, complicated, not always likable. Was that the intention from the start?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, just to write a character that most women don't get to play, and they're kind of peppered throughout the whole movie, but mostly it's Judy Greer's character is not someone that, you know, she kind of hates everything. So it's kind of based on my sister, who is a difficult woman. So yeah, that was part of it.
I mean, Judy Greer is extraordinary all the time, but she's especially, still screaming. She is especially extraordinary in this movie. I mean, it's really her film, and
I disagree. I think it's Natasha and Judy's movie.
They're
sisters.
why it was
They're
called
totally enmeshed and intertwined.
Scissor Sisters was the original title of the film. But it's...
Scissor Sisters.
You know,
I'm happy you're reminding me what that looks like.
That was just a coincidence. I was thinking about P.F. Chang's. But I think Judy is so incredible in this movie of really telling that story, which is of sort of, you know, what it's really like a role that women rarely get to play, which is, you know, not apologizing for being sort of not thrilled with being alive, you know?
And not having to be super strong all the time.
Yeah, I mean, she's just it's such a human character more than anything. Like, it's so easy when we do all these interviews to kind of quickly label people as like, oh, she's a sex addict or whatever. She's, you know, this or that or crass or, you know. But in fact, it's a very complicated, textured thing just to be, you know, yourself. She's very much feels like a real person.
Yeah. I mean, I'm watching a lot of the tweets about it, and you guys are going around town talking about it. And there's obviously the statement about women in comedy. There's been a lot of discussion. Why has that been an important thing to talk about and bring up right now?
Well, I think whenever I see funny movies about women, I get really excited, and Bridesmaids blew me away. And I was like, how many amazing, funny women were in that movie? And I love that it was a comedy about female friendships, which is also something you don't really see. And so we basically wanted to tell a movie about sisters who want to kill each other. That's and I think most people who have a sister have felt that way at some point, and you don't really get to see movies about that. So.
And your chemistry together, you and Judy, I think that's what really makes the film work. Did you know each other beforehand?
You know, we didn't, and we really hit it off pretty quickly.
Wow.
I mean, we're very different, you know, in the sense that probably I'm more of a Shannon and she's more of a Martha, but we're sort of a very similar work ethic. I think we're both journeyman actors, you know, we're kind of like character actors that every now and then get to maybe star in something, but, you know, I think we developed a similar sort of work ethic as a result of just... you know, also the philosophy that being relaxed is kind of very helpful to delivering a real performance. And that also means that there's a lot of laughing, which is not so helpful for a poor director. Whenever Jamie's behind the monitor, she's so serious, is means such business. And then you'll see her be like, stop, okay? Because when she starts laughing, she gets very angry, you know? And
we had not so much money to make the movie, and these girls could improvise and go on and on and on. Sometimes it had absolutely nothing to do with the story, but we did have a lot of fun, and I kept them on track.
You know, it seems like from Orange is the New Black to this movie, it's like you're surrounded by these really great female ensembles in a way, and female stories.
Even when you said this thing about women in comedy or whatever, I mean, I will say that, you know, of course, it's you know, a really dark, depressing life, and I don't know how men got the upper hand way back when, but you know, it's gonna end and die soon, and hopefully some of them will stick around, you know, so we can use them for what we need them for. Reproduction and such, and just general pleasure or whatever, ideas now and then. But from my point of view, I think I've had this really privileged thing of being surrounded by so many incredible women all the time. And in my career, and especially recently, but even back when, like working with Jamie on But I'm a Cheerleader was like that, and Andrea Sperling, who produced this movie and that one, like that was very powerful, and Clea Duvall was in that, and Slums of Beverly Hills with Tamara Jenkins, and then I got to spend some time with Nora Ephron and all these women doing like a play with her, and then Orange is the New Black, and I just think it's such a great time for women like Amy Poehler and Lena Dunham, and there's just so many exciting, you know, things going on right now. It feels like a really good time. So maybe more than even being about women in comedy, and that seems relevant, it just feels like that's the most exciting thing happening right now, just as voices in general, you know, because it's, you know, it's our time now. So it's too bad. I mean, it must be really hard being a man. I have a lot of like, I feel bad for them.
Right.
Must be hard.
They're the species that's just going under.
I mean, it's just, you know, it's like, look, guys, like life is like in waves and cycles, and like you'll have your chance again. Just be cool about it and do the dishes, whatever, you know?
There you go.
Just like don't make a scene about it, you know? No one wants to hear you bitching and moaning all the time with the yap, yap, yap. You know?
I hear you. I want to see your book soon, like the Feminist Handbook or something. Or the non-feminist, who cares what it's called, handbook.
Listen, don't get me wrong, I love men. You know, I just feel like they have their place, you know? Like men should be seen and not heard, you know what I mean? And like, no, but I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. They're all tuning out. I don't care.
It's okay.
I don't care.
You're distracted anyway.
I don't even care. I don't even know what's happening. I'm just excited to go to P.F. Chang's.
And well, we're excited to have you here, and it's a great story and a great statement to everything that's going on right now, and you guys are all fun, so thank you so much. Fresno is the movie. Definitely check it out. Thanks for stopping by. What's trending? Get up for these ladies. Everyone give them a round of applause. I know it's so loud. It's like a party in here. I'm going to lose my voice, too. I'm screaming, too. You're making me scream. I'm trying to. And we have a lot more to come here from the What's Trending live stream at the Samsung Blogger Lounge, including Bethany Mota. We have Colin Hanks stopping by, Ken Jeong from K-Town Cowboys. That's going to be a lot of fun. So remember, tweet us at What's Trending, hashtag Samsung South by Southwest, and stay in the chat room. Thank you, Alicia. You're going off to do some more work, and we'll be back right after this. What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. I'm Cheryl Lazar. Lyonne Harris, my head writer from What's Trending, joining me today for some amazing live interactive chats we have with some of the biggest entrepreneurs, filmmakers, and talent here. And we have a great group right now joining us.
Yeah, we got the stars and writer-director of 6 Years, Taissa Farmiga, Ben Rosenfield, and Hannah Fidell. Thank you guys for joining us.
For being here, and remember, I want to encourage you all. We are live. There's a reason for that, so that you can tweet. If you're here in person too, taking pictures or tweeting stuff at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. That's where we find you and retweet you and talk to you and give you some love. And we're also in the chat room, so do that there. So this is a really, fun, interesting story about a relationship over 6 years. Not like Boyhood, though, obviously. Like, it's not following in real time.
No, this is after 6 years. After
exactly. So can you, I guess, give people a little bit of the storyline who haven't been able to see the movie? Because a lot of people haven't yet. They're not here at the festival. No, about it.
Oh, about it?
Yeah.
Hannah, what's our movie about?
Well, it's about a young couple who have been together for 6 years, and they are breaking up. Spoiler alert.
Thanks. You ruined it for all of us.
I hope that's not like the last scene. That would be pretty devastating. How do you establish, like, 6 years, like these characters have been together for so long, how do you sort of quickly do that in a movie and catch everybody up and make it feel like there's that level of intimacy?
We did a lot of bonding beforehand, and we actually, the three of us took a trip up to the Berkshires to just spend time together and talk through the script and talk through the characters and create a backstory, which at the time it seems like, oh, all these little details, how are we going to remember it all? But in the end, when we're on set, we can pull back and like remember like, oh yeah, that was our first concert. Let's think of that in the scene, you know?
Right.
And that's what helped create that familiarity. And also, Ben's cool. He's easy to get along with.
You're cool.
He's fine.
Taissa's cool too.
And of course, this is EP'd by the Duplass brothers, who seem to be everywhere. They own the film
I feel
festival.
like they produced about 80% of the films we've talked about.
It seems like they come here every year and they produce a ton of the movies. So what was it like, I guess working with them and having them really support this idea in the film?
I mean, it was like an amazing opportunity, obviously, to work with people who sort of like figured out how to make movies in this range. And I don't know, you probably have more to say about working with Mark.
Yeah, as a creator of the film, they gave us free rein to do what we wanted to do, which is the best kind of executive producer that a director could ask for. And so it was great. But at the same time, Mark came up with the basis of the film too, so we worked with him on that.
And you guys actually shot the film about a year ago, you were saying, right here in Austin. Why did you choose Austin as the setting, and how did Austin sort of inform the movie and the making of the movie?
It's just under a year, right? Didn't we start on like March 17th or something?
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Like
so
almost
like
to the
in
day.
2014.
Wow.
It's like, yeah.
I got here like the day South by ended last year to make this.
Good planning on that.
Why did you choose Austin?
Austin seems like such a perfect college town, and it's about two kids basically at the end of their college experience. So I had made my previous film here, and I had a good basis for crew, and it's a great city to work in.
And have you ever been in a place where you had to choose between an opportunity and a relationship or a person? And how did you then help approach how you
I can
did
say
the film?
as an actor, it's always like you're constantly in situations where you just book a job and you have to leave last minute. So luckily I haven't had to like make a decision like this or that, but it's always a part of your life when you have to be on the go all the time in the last minute that it can draw wedges between relationships.
Yeah, it's very last minute. As Ben said, you can just the next day just be halfway across the world, and it's like, all right. But luckily, you create relationships with the people that you connect with, but they understand it and can handle it and handle the distance for a minute.
Yeah. What do you hope people, I guess, take from this film in terms of the dynamics of a relationship and how it grows and evolves?
I think it's like, as long as people connect to it and relate to the story, I think that's the most you can ask for. And maybe they'll have some sort of cathartic experience watching it. But, it's about a time that most people have been through, and I think just like going through that experience truthfully would be good.
Yeah, well, it's also about a time that a lot of people are also going through at the moment right now, you know, and just young adults and dealing with falling in love or falling out of love for the first time.
I know. It sucks even when you're an adult, too, when it happens, not just when it's your first love.
we mentioned briefly your previous film, A Teacher. It's actually being adapted into a show for HBO. Can you tell us like, what part of the process you're at with that and when we might get to actually see it?
Yeah, we're still developing it, so I'm currently writing the script right now for the pilot, and the Duplass brothers are one of the...
There they are again.
There they are. They're the executive producers on the show along with someone else, and it's been great working with them on this.
We have actually a game.
A little game.
A little game. It's the
I wrote.
internet. So we're doing a game. It's called 6 Years Ago.
Because we figured 6 years to try to get across to people, that's a long time for anything, especially like to be in a relationship. So we want to prove it to everybody by showing you things from 6 years ago and to see how well everybody remembers 6 years ago.
And feel free
right now.
to, you know,
So we
add
got-
your own commentary to this.
So we've got a little clip. This first one is, this was a breakout internet star. She was a Scottish woman who shocked the world with her performance of
Do you know
I
who it
Dreamed a
is?
Dream. Can we take a little quick look?
Oh, yeah.
That was 6
Miss
years
Doyle.
ago.
6 years ago.
Susan Boyle.
Boyle,
Yep.
sorry. I love Les Mis.
Oh, you're supposed to guess it? Oh, damn. Well, I guess I ruined it for everyone. But do you remember that? Can you believe that was 6 years ago?
Yeah, I
Yes.
can.
Do you know Susan Boyle, or are you too young to know that?
I was born yesterday, so I don't really know.
No, it's like, it's weird because like now with like John Lennon, even with the Kanye thing, people don't know like some references from the past.
Yeah, some people.
Some young folks don't know.
The kids today. No
Kids
education.
today.
You want to keep the going?
Yeah, let's keep it
Have you got
going.
it out of your system now?
So now that I gave you that answer.
Do you want to put your tablet down and you can play?
Yes.
All right, number 2. Throughout March of 2009, 6 years ago, pirates were consistently hijacking ships in the Middle East Gulf of Aden. What country were these pirates from?
Oh, this is a
Indonesia?
quiz.
This is a trivia
It's a trivia
question.
Was it
question.
Indonesia?
6 years ago.
Somalia?
Somalia, right? You
The
got
answer
it.
is
Wow.
Wow, guys.
Smart. You got that one.
Captain
I was wrong.
Phillips famously was about.
All right, so
Tom Hanks.
a clip of this kid asking his dad, "Is this real life?" was the number 2 most popular video of the year
You can take a look at
on
it too.
YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
There he
What
is.
is it called?
Dentist. I don't know. He was at the
what's it
dentist.
called?
Laughing gas.
At the dentist, I think.
Yeah, I don't know. This poor
So
child.
close.
Home from driving back from the dentist.
Yeah.
Wait, is
called-
that what it is?
It's called
Driving back from
David
the
After Dentist.
Oh, right.
David
So
After
close.
Dentist.
I want to give you that one.
But you're like a dentist guy. He's on some sort of drugs.
Yeah.
Little kid. I feel bad for him.
Yeah, he seems
You're
like he's having a
close.
good time though.
Yeah. This artist had 2 of the top 5 songs of 2009, according to Billboard. 2009. What artist was it?
Beyonce?
It's a good guess. It's Lady Gaga.
That was 6 years ago.
It was Poker Face and Bad Romance.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Poker
Great
Face?
songs.
And then finally,
That feels like I've been around for my whole
Time
life.
ranked an ad featuring babies on roller skates as their number 1 commercial of 2009. We have a clip of it as well, so let's take a look. What brand or company
my
is
God.
this ad for?
I've never seen this.
Huggies.
It's a really good guess. You guys are nailing the guesses. Unfortunately, the answer is
I just want to watch this all day long.
Evian water.
Evian water.
It kind of freaks me out.
So it's-
that commercial.
I was really into it.
I think we've proven our point. 6 years, a long time to remember
Yeah.
anything.
Whether you're young or old, it seems like 6 years goes by quickly, and yet we forget it
Except
all.
Shira, who's jumping in with the answers.
Thank you guys so much. 6
Yeah,
years
thank
is
you.
the movie. Congratulations for being here at South by Southwest. Have a good
Thank
rest
you.
of your time here.
Thank you.
And of
Awesome,
course,
thank you.
more coming up from the What's Trending Samsung Blogger Lounge live stream. We have Bethany Mota coming up.
We got the
people here.
entire cast of NBC's Undatable.
I'm super excited
There's like
for that.
28 of them.
There's like 32 of them.
I think the Duplass brothers are probably in it.
We have the cast of K-Town Cowboys, Ken Jeong, and of course Colin Hanks was a documentary here at the fest. So once again, we're following you on Twitter. So if you have a question or you just want us to give you a shout out live online, tweet us out with trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. We're also in the chat room, so talk to us there. We'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned.
Susan Boyle.
Yeah. watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. I'm Cheryl Lazar. This is Bernie Burns from Rooster Teeth.
Hello, everybody.
It's an honor to have you here.
It's an honor to be here. So our guests today on our next segment are David Alpert and Robert Kirkman, who many of you will know from their enormously successful show, The Walking Dead.
Yes.
Welcome, guys.
How about that? We have Walking Dead fans here.
Honored to be here.
Yes, and of course Skybound Entertainment, which is the company that you founded that creates all this awesome stuff.
Yes, it is. No, I mean, Skybound is a company that, is by creators for creators. We think that a part of Walking Dead's success is because I've been at the core of that, and so we're now trying to branch out into new things and, do what we've done with Walking Dead with other cool things.
I'm not sure a lot of people know how different the graphic novels are, and also the video game series by Telltale. I don't think people realize how different those are from the series. I wonder how many of them know that they can sit down, read the graphic novels, and get same characters, but a drastically different story.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it's cool that, every form of The Walking Dead provides its own unique experience. You get your own set of characters, your own locations, your own, separate adventures. I think that if you've read the comic, there are certainly little, teases and little things where, you'll think that we're doing a comic book story, and then all of a sudden we'll kind of shift, and it's like, whoa, that was surprising. And I think the audience, if they haven't read the comics, won't be aware of that, but it's not necessary. But I do think it adds an extra little bit of entertainment if you have. So you should all read the comics.
But for us, I think one of the core tenets of what we're trying to do at Skybound is that we try not to look at different media as sort of licensing. We look at it as sort of an expansion of the universe. So if you were to play the game that we did with Telltale, it is entirely true to the core tenets of the Walking Dead universe that Robert created, and that Robert was sort of instrumental in laying it out. But the characters are totally different. It's an entirely different journey. The emotional impact is entirely different. But it resonates on the same way as reading the comic or watching the show, but it feels like you've expanded the universe as opposed to the traditional way of telling the same story over and over.
Right. And as a fan of the franchise, it's great to see it because when you get that additional expanded universe, you see those characters that you know and love bouncing off of these other stories, and that's always a fun experience too.
What about feature films around these franchises?
You mean Walking Dead in
Yeah.
particular? I think that, we're very happy to have a successful TV show, very thankful and all that stuff. I think that, movies are neat, but I don't think there's any real plans to do that right now. I think that everybody involved is aware that that might be a possibility someday. I mean, it's a very obvious move to make, but, right now we're just focusing on making the show great.
Yeah.
Does anybody want a Walking Dead movie? Yeah.
I mean, you never know.
People maybe tell us that they love it. Maybe they could start a hashtag Walking Dead movie.
Looking forward to seeing all the projects and more Walking Dead, of course.
Thanks for having us.
For all the fans out there. Thank you, guys. What's trending Streaming live continues from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. I'm Shira Lazar. With me, Lyonne Harris, my head writer. I feel like Oprah. Because you don't just
Is there something under my seat? Do I have a prize?
You have a cactus under your seat.
Yeah, great.
That's what you get. And joining us, some of the cast of NBC's hit show Undatable.
Yeah, we got,
Welcome.
We got Bianca, Kajlich,
Hi.
David Fynn, and Ron Funches joining us.
Thanks for being here.
Ron looks
Thanks for
really
having us.
excited to be here.
I love it here. I love Samsung. I like things.
Lights.
I like TVs that are not
Music.
straight. It's a fun time to be alive.
Have you checked out the TV, the curved TV they have that actually you can curve it and uncurve it? Have you seen that one?
No.
It's like bendable and then
it will blow your
unbend.
mind.
Oh, I'm What is this excited about wonderment? That.
It is crazy. So we're just going to talk about Samsung products. Forget your show.
Awesome.
Awesome.
NBC, blah, 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 sitcom we've heard.
So Undatable season 2, congratulations.
Thank you.
I actually know Brent and Kristen. It's just really fun to see the show, getting the success that it deserves, and it's just fun. It's such a fun cast of characters, you guys. It's actually based on the book, which thankfully they didn't put the whole book name in it because that would be really long. Because the book was Undatable, 311 things guys do that guarantee they won't be dating or having sex, which maybe as a TV show name would have been a bit too long.
Yeah,
it didn't work out that long. That's what I pitched. I also pitched just Ron and Friends, but they didn't like that one either. Also Ron and the Gang.
Was it Ron in the gang, like a little N with an apostrophe?
How did you
I
know?
feel like that's the most appropriate version.
Yeah, I'm just full of ideas. People don't take me serious. But it's a great show. It started off based off that book, but I think it really moved beyond that. It's just like a fun ensemble show about a group of lovable losers. I'll call us lovable, but also losers. And we put it together, and the outside world's kind of harsh to us, and we just find comfort in each other, but we also bust each other's chops a lot. And I think people kind of found it and liked it in the first year, and that's why we're back talking to you in the lovely Samsung Lounge.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
And he's hired.
All in there. You guys are all, stand-up comedians.
Well, not all of
some
us.
them.
Two of three.
Yeah, 2 or 3.
No, one of three.
One of three.
No, I'm not
1 of 3 now? Maybe 2 or 3.
David's
was
a
gonna be
secret
here.
stand-up comedian, though. He just doesn't know it yet.
Well,
There's a lot of stand-up comedians on
There
the show.
are, yeah.
Yes.
And it's infectious. Although I'm now going on the tour, the stand-up tour, which should be fun. I'm going to be introducing the guys on stage every night, watching them do their thing.
But
yeah.
no comedy yourself. You're just going to
I'm just going to do it really seriously. Maybe do some dramatic monologues.
Yeah.
Maybe some dance.
He'll definitely be in
He's gonna
costume.
do some Shakespeare readings and then
in
introduce
between,
us.
so in between the comedy.
It's
Just kind
gonna
of
be
bring things
great.
Down.
Which will go down super well in Florida. In Detroit, yeah.
Dramatic readings. What's changed between season 1 and season 2? And how are you bringing the fans in and bringing new
Bridgit
viewers
Mendler.
in?
tour
Just
de-
use and abuse Bridgit Mendler.
The
why
tour
don't
de
you?
force that is Bridgit Mendler. Yeah.
She's been on our show actually in the past.
Yeah, she's wonderful.
great.
She's a great addition. I call her the puzzle piece that was under the couch that we didn't know that we needed, and now our puzzle's complete. And woo, there's dolphins and stuff. You didn't know. You
also
didn't
saw
know.
she did a music video with you guys to kind of promote season 2. Is there going to be more music in the show because she's such a sort of
There
singing
already
talent?
was so much music, and now there's so much more music.
Now there's just harmonizing.
Yeah.
Oh, there
look,
it is right
there we are.
Before it was a lot of Brent singing on his own, and now it's just Bridgit and Brent harmonizing together.
Out of the entire
Chris looks
cast.
so cool in that video, doesn't he?
Yeah, out of the entire cast, who would you say is the most dateable and undateable?
Oh, Jesus.
Let's ask Bianca. She should be able to answer.
Yeah.
I'm the most dateable.
Oh, I didn't know she
Why
was
is that?
Do you guys agree?
No, I'm actually the most undateable because I have a kid and I'm married. So I'm actually the most undateable.
There you
It's
go.
not very.
No, it's not very dateable. And
That's
I would
going to be a swipe left on Tinder.
Yeah.
But if you want to hook up with her for a one-night stand, you know she's got a lot to lose.
It adds to the tension. Yeah, more dramatic that way.
Yeah, who's the most dateable?
I think Ron's the most dateable.
I would second that actually.
I agree.
Cheers, do you
because
feel like Ron is the most dateable?
Yes.
I think of the rest of the cast, Ron is the only one that would be the big spoon with me, and I'd be the little spoon.
I was just imagining that right now, so I had to No, he's just like, you want to squeeze him and hug him. You want to just hug you.
And we do. We do on a daily basis, yes.
Huge, big hugs. You guys are such a big cast. It seems like you guys all travel together. We even had to split you up. That's how big you are.
Like a circus.
Yeah, we're like the Wu-Tang
But
Clan.
as you can see, the entire blogger lounge could not have contained it.
I know, and we're all a bit much when we're together too. It's good to get us one-on-one even, but
Is it on set? Is it hard to like? Okay, we're gonna get the day. We're gonna get it done to sort of get everybody to focus because it's so many fun.
oh, this group doesn't focus. That doesn't happen.
You guys make a show. You gotta focus.
Barely.
On some level. You're gonna tell NBC you said that.
Why should people watch Undateable? Is it like, is there a connection because of like what people go through their own relationships? Or
I think in terms of multicam, I think we do more improv than most, I would say. So I think there's a freshness to what appears on screen.
I feel like it's like we're not trying to reinvent the wheel. We're not trying to come at you with some crazy premise or anything like that. It's just kind of like a updating of what's worked before with fun jokes, fun improv. We all have ownership of the material. They let us go way off script, and we all just really have a lot of fun. So if you just like funny shows with likable people, and the show's about drinking and hanging out, and sometimes they have sex, that's why I'd watch it.
Sometimes, Scott. I guess that's realistic, right? For some people.
Yeah, and I will say that the other day, I didn't even tell you guys this, but the security guards at Warner Brothers told me that every audience that leaves our taping is raving, and that it makes all the security guards want to come see the show.
That's awesome.
So they have a good time, and I think that translates when the show
Our
airs.
show is security guard approved.
And they would know. They're like the TV gurus. Like, just ask the security guard what's going
We
on.
actually put together something interesting for you guys. Since we are an online show, we're all about internet culture. Reddit has actually a popular thread asking what's the worst date you've ever been on. So we're actually going to give each of you a real response that was posted by an anonymous person, Reddit user, to read, and then we want you to decide what was the actual worst date.
Okay. So here you go. If you want to read number one, and then we'll just move it down the row.
It's okay.
This is from Reddit user
number-
Warehouse Eyes. Is number one.
All right, wait a minute. Worst dates ever. Okay, here we go. We spent, so do you want me to say the user?
Yeah, no, read number
Read
one
it
for
as if
us.
it's, you know,
Oh,
a
got
read.
it. Okay.
As if this is an audition.
This is a terrible date story from the internet.
Number one, Reddit user Warehouse Eyes.
That's the guy.
Okay.
Or the girl.
We spent most of the date going shopping for clothes for another date she had later that week. It's kind of funny seeing as how she was the one that asked me out.
That's a pretty bad date.
Yeah, that's a pretty
rude.
bad
Can you
date.
give us number two?
Okay. Number two, from I Just Stopped By to Say. He was more than 3 hours late and was texting me, telling me that he was 20 minutes away for those 2 hours. As soon as he arrived, he tried to tell me to leave the part of the dive bar I'd already paid into so we could go where we wanted. Tried to start a fight with a friend I'd happened to run into, and called my aunt, who talked me into going out with him in the first place, a bitch. Oh,
He sounds mysterious.
Okay.
Ron, you want to give us number three?
Sure. This is from Breakfast 27. I like that name. Met a guy from OK Cupid. He seemed nice. That's how they always start. But never stops talking. After interrupting me for the third or fourth time, I finally asked him, "Do you want to hear anything I have to say?" He apologizes profusely and says, "You're right, I'm sorry," and pulls out a pad, paper, and pen, and he jots down notes as I tell him about myself. I finally ask him what he's doing, and he says, "I'm writing things down I want to tell you when it's my turn to talk again."
Oh.
So out of those three, which do you think was the worst date?
I would say the third, because it's so bizarre. That behavior is so bizarre.
I mean, number one was blatantly saying I'm going on another date and help me pick out clothes
But
for
I
it.
want to play devil advocate for all of them. Like for number one, you're like, oh, she's popular. She's got other things going on. So maybe I should try to lock her down when I can. And then for number two, again, he's just mysterious. He probably has a drug problem, but at least he pulled it together to get there. And then for number three, she was probably just really boring as a person, and he couldn't pay attention. And that happens all the time with people.
Oh, you should have seen the next ones. There was like scabs scab.
That's for the second half
Oh,
of Team Undateable.
No.
But I mean, this is actually, you could get a lot of your ideas for the show.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
These could be scenes on the show.
There's a lot of real date stories from the writers that have made their way into the show.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
A lot of.
Have any of your guys, have you ever suggested, like, I went on a really horrible date, we should do something about this?
I think so. I think we ended up doing a story about. Didn't we? Well, I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Were you just making that up?
Yeah.
She was just like, it seems like that
Somebody will
happens.
jump in and help me here.
That was acting. That was real good.
Well, we appreciate you guys being here. It's a really fun show. We actually have more of the cast coming.
Yeah.
We have Bridgit and Brent. And I guess we can
Bill
only...
Lawrence.
Yes.
Bill Lawrence is coming in.
So stay tuned for the second half
Lots more
of our
Undateable.
Undateable panel here at What's Trending from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest. And of course, tweet us your questions. Hashtag Samsung South by Southwest, and join us in the chat room as well. Coming up, we have some great folks. Bethany Mota, Colin Hanks. We keep on promoting, re-promoting. I keep on teasing.
The longest outro you've ever done.
You know what?
It's
I
really
hate.
saying something.
No, I love all of you. Sorry, I'm not going to be passive aggressive.
It's like a 20-minute outro.
We'll be back in just a moment. We're actually going to play some highlights from yesterday's live show. So here it goes. In Austin, Texas, Lon Harris.
Is it still the first day?
Well,
that
this
true?
is actually, I traveled on Wednesday, so this is really my third day.
Feels like day 18.
But, day one of our live coverage.
2 hours ago, and it feels
Amazing.
like day
We haven't
18.
introduced you yet. This
Oh,
is
sorry.
all right.
I'm not
It's like a
here.
stranger's voice. You want to introduce Judy Greer, everyone.
Hey.
Welcome her right now.
Look at that, it's Judy
Her movie
Greer.
Fresno is here at the festival.
Fresno is in Austin.
Yes, it is.
That was
Fresno's in
so
Austin.
dumb.
For
I'm sorry
one
I said that.
week only.
How many times have you told that joke
Fresno
today?
comes
Said
to
it before.
Austin.
I came up with it just now, right on the spot.
Oh, I feel good.
Tell us a little. I mean, you and Natasha Lyonne, you're playing this like close, sort of sisterly relationship. What kind of conversations did you have? Did you fill in a lot of the backstory for these characters? I mean, just in your discussions with each other, preparing to play Shannon and Martha.
Yeah, we did. We did a lot of rehearsal before we started shooting, which is very rare. And it's so weird. In movies, you do a movie for $1 trillion, maybe.
You
And
made
you don't
$1 trillion
rehearse
for
at
this
all.
movie?
But, you know, like some movies, you know, you rehearse for a couple of days. This one we rehearsed for a while, and so we got to go through a lot of our backstory, and we kind of put those pieces together. I think it helps a lot when you're dealing with such a close relationship between two people, you know.
And it's I feel like a really nice movie to have here.
Oh, good. Me too.
Because, you know, it feels like indie, but it's accessible, and it has
Yeah.
the comedic element.
Yeah, and there's chicks in it.
Right? Is that right? So
Yay.
let's talk. Is that important? You know, you hear these conversations about women in comedy and all this
Yeah,
stuff. And what do you
yeah.
think about the direction of those conversations and the point of them?
Well, I think it's crappy that we have to have the conversation, first of all. We shouldn't be even having a conversation about, wow, there's so many great comedies for women these days. Like, that shouldn't be a conversation. That should just be the norm. Like,
course,
there should
yeah.
be great comedies for men and women all the time, and then we wouldn't have to talk so much about it. But because we have to talk about it, I feel like we really actually have to talk about it, and I think it's great that this festival, South by Southwest, made a big deal about our movie, wanted to premiere it here, and that is a huge vote of confidence, not only for our film, but for female-driven comedies. You know, it's not all like girls who have a hard time with each other and fight, and like the female drama or the female sickness or my husband's mean to me. Like, female comedies.
Yeah.
Women are funny. Women want to laugh at other women. We want to relate to other women.
And it's allowed to be like dark and weird and twisted, and it doesn't back away from
How
making
come,
these
the guys are the ones that are always doing the dark, twisted comedies and saying the things that you're like, oh.
And dirty.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like, it's uncomfortable, but I'm still going to watch.
I mean, the things that come out of my friends' mouths, my girlfriends' mouths, are hands down 1,000 times dirtier than any of the things I ever hear my guy friends say.
Well, I think that's why a lot of women who are portraying that side of things are doing really well these days, and movies or content in general that approaches it like that, because in the end, it's almost like what we're all thinking, but we're scared to say because it was in the past deemed as wrong, or you're like...
Or like, oh, nice girls don't talk like that.
Yeah.
But I do have to say, I mean, on this topic, that I don't always think that women need to always go for the shock value. Like, we're smart, we're funny, yes, we're dirty, but, you know, it doesn't always have to be that... It doesn't always have to go to that level. Like, it doesn't have to always go blue to be really smart and funny.
2. Hey, yep, 1, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. Hey, yep, 1, 2. Cool.
watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. Chris, it's like you're my co-host.
That's right.
Chris D'Elia is my co-host.
All I need is a guitar.
Wow.
And I could be the,
That
I could be the
totally
side
complete it.
guy.
The sidekick guy.
The
You'd be
sidekick.
like my Guillermo.
That's right.
You know? All right, well, let's welcome
Oh,
the cast
see, I know.
of
That's a big
Undatable
problem.
here on NBC and executive producer. Please, everyone give them a round of applause. Welcome
Yeah.
to our show. And as well, I want to remind you watching and also here in the lounge, tweet with the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. We're taking your questions live. Your pictures will give you some love, maybe a retweet. Who knows? Your life might turn around with one tweet. All right, so season 2, congratulations, you guys, by the way.
I didn't realize
Thank
I
you.
looked dead.
You do. You have that vibe, huh?
Sometimes you need a screen in
I'm gonna
front
get
of
a
you
tan.
to see the reality of the
Yeah.
situation. This is an intervention, actually.
I look like the guy that didn't get the part in the next Dracula movie.
I feel like I'm a writer and I'm better looking than most of the cast.
You are, and that's
Honestly.
actually the reason that didn't get a laugh is because it's true.
It's just a serious thing you said.
Okay.
It is.
Well, you came from the Bieber
And
roast,
you're
so
always
kind of
tan.
You're a bit tired.
I am tired from the Bieber roast, yes.
And all of you who hang out
Bragging.
South by, welcome. Bridgit, have you been here before?
No, it's a first.
I know, and you're a
so
musician,
fun already.
So this is hopefully some music here again with you.
Yeah. I'm bummed I can't come for the music part as well, but this is awesome.
She is holding a microphone like a pop
Did you see
star.
her?
though.
Did you see her?
that?
Did you see her finger out to do the beat like a pop star?
Like
How would
it's
you do
dainty,
that?
like it's
Look at that.
dainty,
If you're
like
good-
this, like,
yeah,
like
keeping
she's
beat with the
sipping
finger.
tea.
Keep a beat like this, because I feel like this is about as fast as I can go.
All right,
Does that
just
sound-
get the
Just
joke,
mess up our
Bridget.
audio the whole time if you do that. No, I mean, I kind of feel bad for you, surrounded by all these comedians and guys that just probably rip you apart once in a while.
Feel bad for us. She's
Yeah,
21 and
come on,
she's
I don't
way
feel
more
bad for you.
successful
They
than any of us.
compliment me pretty much
Well,
every
not Bill.
interview,
But at the
so
same
I
time,
have
it's a
that
lot of
in my
attention
favor.
for one lady, so I could appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I never know what to expect in these interviews. There you go.
Oh, see?
There you go.
Gotcha.
It's crazy.
No, it's really entertaining.
And you're the new character in season 2. What's it like joining the cast of this crazy show?
It's great. I mean, Bill and I had a lovely meeting.
Okay,
He
that sounded-
showed me some videos of his daughter, and then he was like, "Well, I guess I have to hire her. I feel bad."
Oh, Bridget, we need
what's up?
We need to clean that sentence up a little.
I was That made me seem like a dirty old man.
Yeah, Bill's daughter is a talented singer as well. That's what it was. It's not
Can
just-
she do this? Oh, she can't do that.
That's actually true because I was terrified.
I tortured Bridget when we met and made her listen to stories about my daughter for 45 minutes, and then I had to give her the job because she was very nice to me. That's pretty much the story.
That's nice. She's a nice compliment
Do a
to
rant.
the cast of characters.
Well, she's like the bar's little sister. One of the things I actually like is I've been noticing that these guys all kind of look after her, not only on the show, but hopefully in real life. They were both a little upset already because the first thing we know, tell everybody what you did last night. What's the first thing we noticed?
Oh, I got a double piercing.
No way.
Yeah,
I
you
did.
got two at one? Two?
No, I
You
already
got
had
the
the
second
one,
one,
and
got
I
it.
actually had already gotten a double piercing before. But
Our other cast member, Bianca, who is, she's a
bad influence.
Yeah,
Okay,
she's
this was my idea, getting the double piercing.
Yeah, but
I'm
it was
gonna say
kind of
it.
influenced by her problems.
No,
Bianca was
actually,
definitely drunk, being like, "Do it."
Yeah, there's no way Bianca wasn't doing
She
that.
wasn't originally even going to get a piercing. Well, we were originally going to get them together, but because she has a baby, she wasn't going to. She was worried about
The baby's ears are
infected or
pierced, by the
something.
way.
We're also making Bianca sound horrible.
But yeah, then in the spur of the moment,
Well,
she
because of her
couldn't
baby,
resist.
that she could.
By the way, I love how you put my drink right next to this booby trap.
Did you just
This is like so rude to be like,
Welcome to Texas.
"Hey, Chris, here's your drink." Right there next to the cactus.
The poison cactus. That's part of it.
I know.
Oh, let me have a drink.
Us, please. Don't go. I'm
in.
You're gonna lie right down on them.
Yeah. And you're good at that, huh?
So, you've obviously adapted this from a book, but it's gone beyond that. The story, the characters. What can fans expect in season 2? Now that it's going.
Brent, take it away.
In season 2, there's a couple really famous people that are in it.
No, Brent,
Denzel
you always lie about
Washington.
I know you started with some unknowns.
Russell
A
Crowe
lot of them.
plays Chris's father.
No, that's not true.
And he's abusive to him, right? Isn't that
That's not true. That sounds more dramatic than comedy.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have an abusive
It wasn't one of
father
our
in the
best
show.
episodes, but it was.
No, it's basically season 1 on steroids.
This is one.
Because I'm on
season 1, but with
steroids.
smaller schwanz.
1 was here, 2 is here, right? You were doing that yesterday.
Here's what I'm going to say something real.
That's why you're here.
The show's titled after a book called Undatable. It's not a show about a bunch of people out dating people. We kind of hope it's like Cheers a little bit, even though that show is on and super successful. We'd never compare it to that. But I feel like it's about a bunch of people that were it not for each other, they'd be very sad and lonely, and they ultimately just spend most of their time in a very unsuccessful bar that this one owns. And that's what the show's about. It's way too much singing for a sitcom. My favorite element is that with Bridgit on the show, she sings as well. Brent sings. Watching Chris's character, but also Chris in real life, how much he dislikes that, gives me absolute joy on a week-to-week basis.
It does for me, too.
Why
I
do you
love
hate
seeing Chris
singing?
cringe. He just hates
I don't
real
like
singing.
real when guys like really for real sing and stuff.
Yeah.
When they try, it's like try to.
Yeah, and then they're like, you know, it's just like when they're like emotional and they think they're good at it and they go up and down with their
So you're
voice. I
saying
don't
is
like
you're
that.
disconnected emotionally.
Oh,
Maybe. No, see that's
No, there is something Brent does with his eyebrows when he sings, and I'm opposite Chris. I think you have a beautiful voice, but
you.
it annoys me so much because he grabs his heart and he doesn't even know the words he's singing, so you can't feel that passionate about it.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. You're making me upset.
Do it right to Chris.
No.
Do it right to him.
No.
Ooh, that's a good falsetto.
Here's your drink.
Genuinely. That was a little Justin Timberlake.
I can't believe I hit that note.
Don't wink at me when you say that.
Why do you think, I mean, obviously dating and relationships and all that, it's like a lot of people could probably connect, even though this is a sitcom, to the lifestyle of a lot of these characters in the storyline. Because it's kind of the modern day issues we all deal with these days, breaking up, divorce, being with friends who are married, kids, all that stuff.
I guess 150 degrees. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you asked how hot it was. I'm so hot, dude.
Take off your shirt too, actually.
Getting a suntan from now on, dude.
So you were saying, Chris.
Bill can answer that question.
Okay.
Are you even awake under there? Are we doing Weekend at Bernie's?
Weekend at Bernie's.
Stomach, you know?
Look,
Sex
my
symbol.
favorite thing about this show that I hope people recognize is that all these people are actually friends in real life and predated the show. Chris was kind of Brent's mentor in comedy. Rick and Brent actually kind of lived together in real life.
In a sense, we
In a
do. We're
sense.
neighbors, but we
They're neighbors. They
sleep
spend every
together.
night together. Chris knew Bianca since she was for 17 years,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, well, since I was 19, so I'm 34 now, so you do the math.
15 years,
I can't
good
really
stuff.
do it.
So to me, what really matters about the show, with the stuff that you're talking about, is to see a group of friends that are friends in real life going through that stuff. We hope that it reads the way it does when you're hanging out with your own friends, you know?
You could tell we really love each other.
I'm feeling a lot of the love. We want to remind all of you here. We have a lot of. Do we have some Undatable fans here? Yes.
God, thank God
you.
you guys did that.
Do you have any questions? Let us know. We do have-
Yeah, you set them up to not do
We have
anything.
an open mic and also tweet us.
Oh.
Tired.
Just one guy.
You
Yeah.
just got here and you're feeling the energy of
We prefer Big Bang Theory. Somebody back there. Oh, God.
Get out the whole sentence. So ready. You guys like Undatable? We prefer Big Bang Theory.
Well, how do you deal with
Anyway.
your personal relationships?
man.
Are you guys
Oh,
all, are
man.
you guys all like are you seeing people?
Brent has been single for his whole life.
In
a Wow. sense,
And that's sad.
And also, you'll never get more relationship advice than from him for some reason.
What's your best piece? All right, I want to hear from each of you your best piece of relationship advice you would give someone.
Find
right
somebody
now.
you can be your true self with. Find somebody.
Thanks, Steve Harvey. He really does follow and study Steve Harvey very, very
You know
closely.
what, dude? The one thing. Oh! I don't know, man.
I
He's
say
not
it's,
wrong. I'm an alcoholic. I got all my other problems.
Well, go ahead, Rick.
I think it's just really important that you just communicate and that you're both really, really, really beautiful.
Easier to look
I'm
at.
serious. Yeah, like just be honest
I don't
and
know
like
about
make
the
sure that
first
you're
one.
hot.
I'm gonna give some advice that Bianca gave me last night.
Oh.
Do it. Just drink this. Just do it.
No, she said that both people should feel like they don't deserve the other person. So.
All right, that's
I mean, I
such
get
a
that, but
strong
no.
quote.
No,
I don't
because
think
then you
maybe
want
she
to.
said it a little differently because that sounds a little bit like you think you are a terrible person.
No, but it just in the
advice was
sense
sad.
that
Yeah.
then you want to be the best version of yourself for the other person.
I don't.
Yeah,
disagree
I get
with
it,
you.
but that's a really the glass is half broken type of way of looking at it.
I think that both people should try 100%.
Oh,
That's
all
what
right,
we're
Brent.
talking about.
Okay,
Yeah, what-
okay, Steve Harvey.
Senator.
Listen, just be
Senator.
good looking and be honest, and then you're
Okay,
fine.
Chris, you're gonna.
Just what you should seriously do
Yes.
is have a thing on you at all times that's a little shock thing. And if you look at another person that you think you're attracted to, it shocks you really hard, and then also go to the bathroom because it hurts so bad.
Why?
I think you
Wait, hold on,
You're
hold on.
getting at loyalty.
So then you
That's
know,
what-
I better not look because I don't want to be hurt, but also go to the bathroom.
Okay, that's
The only
actually-
person the only time you can check someone out is basically in the
So
bathroom.
trust is a key part of the relationship.
But you
That's
still
what you're
get
saying.
buzzed. It's just okay because you'll
Chris was
pee in the toilet.
divorced.
Yes. Yes.
All right, so we do have a little.
Side note, I was divorced.
I've been married for 15 years. Nobody cares.
So you have some good advice for all these guys.
Yeah, I need some advice.
Yeah. Don't. Best piece of advice: don't share a car. You see that person all day, anyways. You don't want their stink in your car. You're thinking about them
That's where
constantly.
the arguments happen in a
Yeah,
car.
space. There
That's
you go.
true.
Personal space. Also, don't stop seeing other people.
And don't go to bed angry with each other. Talk your problems out.
Wow, Chris,
You know?
that's what I'm.
Talk your problems out so when you wake up, it's another day and a new chapter. Thank you, Steve Harvey University.
Drop the mic. Drop that mic.
Thank you.
All right, we have some worst dates. Oh, we can't do. I was gonna do a Reddit thing. But
We don't have time?
We don't have time. I
Because
think
we're
gonna-
killing.
What?
Cute. Hey, David.
We can do it. All right, we're gonna play the game. I'm sorry, I'm getting things in my ear. It's like I feel like Ron Burgundy here. All
Sounds like a bad
we went
date
on
to
Reddit.
me.
So Reddit has a
No one
popular.
heard me.
Do you know Reddit?
Yes.
So they have a popular thread called the "What's the worst date you've ever been on?" So these are anonymous Reddit users
Uh-huh.
that post their worst dates. You're gonna each read one.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna decide which was the worst one.
Okay.
Okay. All
You're reading them? You're going to read them?
No, you're gonna start here.
Oh,
You're
we're gonna
all
read them.
Let's start at Reddit user Saren77 here.
Right here. Okay,
Yeah.
Saren 77. Went on a blind date with a lady who wouldn't stop picking at her scabs. Just made a pile out of them on the restaurant table. I excused myself to use the washroom, and when I came back, my soup was there, but the pile of scabs wasn't. No, I didn't eat the soup. That's so bad.
That's the worst thing I ever heard in my entire life.
That was me.
You're a woman?
I remember that date.
What do I read?
Number 5. Leave the
5?
next one.
Okay. Went on a date with a guy who seemed really cool.
This
He
is
used
Brent
to-
just talking, by the way. He's not reading that. He just came out of the
It
closet.
took me a second to get it. He went on a date. I went on a date with a guy who seemed really cool. He used to race bikes until he landed on his head after attempting a jump. During the date, he told everyone we were on a date. Everyone told me he wanted to kill his ex-roommates. Asked the waitress to make the date more romantic, so she brought us a giant ice cream sundae. He ate it by himself and spilled ice cream all over himself. He's Brent Morin. Wait a minute. No. All 4 of his credit cards were declined.
4?
4.
Who even has 4?
Asked me if I didn't mind paying, and he would get me the next time. Gave me stickers to his wedding company as a thank you for paying.
Well, that's an awful,
Real
awful
people.
date, yeah.
Yeah, but he's also really confident and nice, though. I like his
Kind of
attitude.
feel bad for
he
him.
hit his head.
You could go to the next one.
Yeah. He raced bikes, dude. That's kind of cool.
This is sad because it's when I realized that Brent doesn't read that well. He asked me the next date from Flimpster. Hey, Flimpster. He asked me where I wanted to go, and I said Hooters and bowling. She's just kind of indicted herself there. His driving was so reckless, really bad. Anyway, we ended up going across town because he wanted to take me to this one place. His brakes give out. We end up having an accident, and I died. No, we ran into the back of a truck pretty hard. I jerked forward. My glasses flew off.
I'm writing this as I'm dying on the street.
He asks if I'm okay. I said, sure. And I'm looking for my glasses. And then he goes, this is bad, really bad. So I said, why? No insurance? And he said, no, I have a warrant out for my arrest. And then he got out of the car and ran.
What?
As he's running away, he yelled back at me, I'm really sorry. I can't afford to go to jail again. And then it says, and our second date went almost as bad as the first one. No, I made that part up.
She shouldn't date Suge Knight. Oh.
Yeah.
Good luck,
Bridgit.
Bridget.
All right, here we go. We'd gone to the movies to see Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Before the movie started, I texted another friend of mine to tell her, the friend, how terribly the date was going already, and then I heard that fateful sound. Immediately after clicking send on my phone, my date's phone chimed. She pulled out her purse and read the text. Then she slowly turned to me and asked, "Did you mean to send that to me?" Needless to say, she was pretty upset. After the movie, we went our separate ways. When I got back to my apartment, I texted the same friend again about how the date was incredibly uncomfortable, and I doubted that there would be a follow-up. My phone chimes. You sent it to me again.
You know what I loved about that? How long it was.
I didn't listen.
I couldn't hear one word.
I apologize for getting this. I have no idea what we're doing and what I'm reading.
Just reading. You're reading.
I'm just reading another thing. Someone's stuff.
What do you think we're all making that up? That'd be amazing.
Where am I reading?
Right
This
there.
one?
Davey
Amazing
Meister.
improv, actually.
Okay.
Decide which one's the
Didn't you just read that one?
What?
Stop flirting in front of me, you know?
I'm reading this one.
I like
You just
it.
read that.
You know that.
No, I didn't. They're also going to the movies.
Okay, so I'm okay. I took a girl to the movies. Oh, this is funny actually. I took a girl to the movies. She asks, "Can my best friend come too?" I said, "Of course. It's a friend, you know." So she shows up with her best friend, who's indeed a guy. Ugh. This is when I find out it was one of her only exes, but that they remain best friends. They go to pay for our tickets. After buying, she turns around and buys her ex's ticket. Quote, "We actually get along fine and we're nice people, but it was just like a tug of war for the rest of the night, fighting for her attention. Of course I lose. They're best friends. When I get home, the guy adds me on Facebook, proceeds to tell me not to bother trying to date her. She's a terrible girlfriend."
Is this the beginning to a Boys to Men song? Yeah, girl. Go ahead.
Are you saying my
No, I'm saying
That's
it would be
That's
hilarious if it was. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then it says, "Hey girl, I'm down on a bended knee."
And that's how it ends. Which one was the worst date?
The scabs, for sure.
Well, no, okay,
Scabs.
the scabs were the worst date if the scabs were actually in the soup, but I
Obviously
doubt...
they cleared it when you went to the bathroom.
That's still
The scabs weren't in the
disgusting
soup. No one
either
put
way.
scabs.
Yeah, but
Probably
what
just push them
kind
off
of
to the side.
scabs, though?
Going to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is the worst date if they're over 12.
I think
true.
that's sweet. That's romantic.
We're both 48 years old and we went to see Cloudy with a Chance
Yeah.
of Meatballs. And it's really
by the
sad.
way, I'm 50.
You just keep increasing your age.
I liked
Well-
the guy I was
Well, I
reading.
guess scabs
He had a good attitude.
wins.
But we've all been friends for years, all of us.
That's not what we're past that part.
Chris,
yeah.
what makes you undateable?
Well, thank you so much for being here. I would let you guys continue and just take over this live stream for hours. It'd be like a marathon of you just talking.
Yeah, Brent and Bianca.
But I'll let you leave.
Yo, can I get a
Undateable.
phone?
Check it out, NBC. You guys are great. Thank you
Thank
so
you
much.
Please watch.
Bye.
Thank you.
Is D'Angelo going to be
Thank
here?
you.
The Samsung
Yeah, the
Vlog
show's
Live.
very
Cut my
funny.
finger on the end, by the way. I cut my finger on the end.
For
You're
real.
ridiculous, Chris. Of course, all this
Hey, stop flirting.
greatness will be available on demand on youtube.com/what's
It
trending.
will?
Yeah.
I didn't agree to that.
I'm sorry. Well, it's happening. And of course, coming up, we have Bethany
This is
Mota, we
beautiful.
have Colin Hanks, the cast of Cape Town Cowboys, much more. Tweet us at what's trending, #Samsung South by Southwest. Have fun tonight. watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas. I'm Cheryl Lazar, joining me right now. I'm so excited to have Bethany Mota.
Hey,
what's going on?
What's up?
It's so great to see you here because, you know, we're so part of the YouTube community and support YouTube talent, and you've been such a great example of talent on YouTube that has really branched out and has done so many things and has had such a big past year. What is that like for you? Do you feel like you're put on in this place of being like a representative of the community, like an ambassador?
I mean, in any way that I can represent Team Internet, I'm totally happy to do that. And I think it's cool because I started making videos 6 years ago, and I didn't even know it was possible to, you know, do anything big with it, and I had no idea that it could grow to what it has been. And I think the coolest thing that I like to represent is that anyone can do it. You know, you don't have to be a specific person, and you don't have to audition. You can make an account, you can start blogging or posting videos, and you have creative control over that completely, which is my favorite part because I have like all these crazy ideas all the time, and I never have to run them by anyone.
Yeah.
I can just do it and then put it out there for the world to see. So I definitely, you know, like to represent what I do and encourage other people to do it as well because it's such a great form of self-expression.
I agree. I mean, that's what we do at What's Trending. And I want to encourage everyone, if you're watching live, tweet us at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. I know you have so many fans that have been waiting in the chat room. We're also in the chat room live, so if you have questions there, hit us up. You're actually here for a panel called The Changing Face of Influence. You know, what does that mean to you to be on a panel like that?
I'm really excited about this panel because I think it's all about how social media is truly changing the way we think and what we're into and how we interact with people overall. I mean, if you rewind a few years ago, things were so different. And now it's like we're always on our phones and like watching the new YouTube videos or, you know, reading tweets. And it's just this new form of socializing and putting out information. And I'm so happy to be a part of it. So on the panel, we're going to be basically talking about, you know, how it's made such a difference in the way that we consume products and everything like that. I think what's so cool about it is me being in lifestyle, I tend to talk about a lot of like beauty products and things like that. And if you think, you know, when I was younger and I was starting to get into makeup, I didn't really have anyone to tell me like, don't do this, that's too much blush, Bethany, or like, this is a really cool product to try, and now we have that. And that's something that didn't really exist before, that now you can just go online if you want a beauty tip or a fashion tip, or you really want to know if a product's gonna work, you really want a true, honest opinion coming from someone just like you. That's what, you know, the online community is. So that's basically what we're going to be touching on tomorrow.
And having been on Dancing with the Stars, it was like a big deal for Team Internet, right?
Yeah.
Because you're the first, quote-unquote, internet celebrity or someone who's made their career using the web to be on a show like that, which typically had traditional stars. What did that mean, like, and what the significance to you and to the community at large? What do you think it meant?
I mean, for me, it meant so much because to be able to be the first YouTuber on Dancing with the Stars and to represent social media was so cool for me. I think also just to show, you know, once again, the power of the internet, how I went from making videos 6 years ago and then my channel grew and to give me opportunities like that, dancing on this amazing show and being a part of an amazing production. So once again, it goes back to inspiring people like, you can do this too, anyone can do this. So it was definitely a really fun, surreal moment. There was a couple times during the show that I was like, this is actually happening.
Like, I used to watch this like a few years ago, right?
Yeah, it's crazy, and it's all because of, you know, my audience and the viewership that I've gotten online. I owe it all to them.
How do you maintain your own authenticity and stay true to yourself and like what you built while you're doing all these big things? You align with Aeropostale and all that, and you're becoming legitimate brands and an entrepreneur. How do you stick, you know, stay true to your roots?
For me, it goes back to YouTube. That's where it started. That's my home. And although, you know, I've gotten amazing opportunities like being on a TV show and things like that, I will always stay true to my YouTube channel, and that's number one for me. It's my biggest priority. And because without it, I wouldn't have anything else that I have now. So it's very important to me to maintain, you know, being loyal to my viewers online and all of that. So I think for me, it's, just keeping consistent with YouTube and just continuing to be creative. Like, I love challenging myself and finding new ways to switch things up in my videos and my clothing line. just keep those challenges.
Are you doing like Vine and all that now, or Snapchat?
I don't do Vine, no, because I love watching Vines. It's like my obsession. My sister and I send each other Vines all the time, back and forth. But I don't know, I feel a lot of pressure, you know. I mean, being a YouTuber, I have like 10 minutes. My videos are sometimes 8 minutes long. Getting 6 seconds, like that's a lot of pressure to be funny in such a short amount of time. I need more time than that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that's not funny, but like I think the skill of doing that quickly is a huge skill.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of them like go all out with like production quality and like music and like all these little things. I'm like, how do you do that?
Now, like, yeah, the Vine star is gonna, you know, kill the YouTube star. You know, don't you find it so interesting to see as all these new platforms that are emerging and everyone's trying to find the answer? Like, oh, there's this new platform. Oh, yeah, YouTube's going to be extinct. I mean, I don't think that's the case. But.
I mean, I think YouTube is so unique. That's the thing is, it's different. I think Vine and YouTube are completely different because I think Vine is where you go when you want a quick laugh and it's just, you know, a fast little video. Whereas YouTube, I think you really build this relationship with your audience because the videos are longer. And that's what I've noticed is sometimes like I'll go to the mall and a girl will run up to me and give me a hug. Like we've met each other millions of times. Yeah. And sometimes I'm like, wait, do I know this girl? Like, did I go to school with you or something? But in reality, I had never met her before, and she already felt like she knew me because of the videos. So I think YouTube is very unique and incredible in that way that it builds these friendships with people all around the world.
All right, lastly, and we're going to wrap up. If you could tell yourself, I guess, like the young you advice that you know now, like what would it be?
Any advice for me when I was younger? I would say not to limit myself. I think limiting ourselves is something that we do on a daily basis, even with small things like, oh, I can't do that. That could never happen. And I feel like there's been so many challenges in the last year, especially for me, that I've overcome. And now I'm like, wow, I can actually do this if I really set my mind to it. And it's something we hear every day, and we never actually apply it. But once you apply it, you'll notice such a big difference, and that's what I've noticed. So that's definitely a great life lesson that I've learned.
Yeah, and I'm sure many more things you want to accomplish. You've done the Dancing with the Stars. You've done the, I guess, the clothing line, the bed line, the room line. What's next?
Well, I'm working on some music, which is very exciting.
I've been seeing that. Okay.
Yeah, so I launched my first single last year, and now I'm like working on that and
full album,
really
tour.
I don't know. We'll
multi-hyphenate. Well, thank you so much for being here, Bethany Mota, everyone. Thank you, and thanks to all your fans for tuning in and watching. You can find this clip on demand. Subscribe, youtube.com/whatstrending, and we'll be back right after this in just a moment with Colin Hanks, who has an awesome documentary here about Tower Records. You won't want to miss it. We're going to be having that live chat, so tweet us at What's Trending, #Samsung South by Southwest. You're watching What's Trending live from the Samsung Vlogger Lounge at South by Southwest in Austin, Texas, day 2.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, you are. What does that mean? I'm Cheryl Lazar. I am. This is Lyonne Harris,
Hi, everybody.
our head writer here who's joining me. We've been having filmmakers, talents, influencers, entrepreneurs all coming by, and of course, we want to hear from you. This is interactive, so tweet at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. We're also in the chat room.
Yes, we are. And today we're thrilled to have the director and the producer of All Things Must Pass. It's the incredible Tower Records documentary that's playing here at the festival. Sean Stewart and Colin Hanks. Guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having us.
We're really excited to have you.
And yes, we watched it, which is a nice surprise. It's unfortunate to say that. It's like a surprise.
We watched the movie. We watched the whole movie, everybody.
How did this all come about? Why tell this story now? And how did you discover that this was a story that you wanted to tell?
Well, when the stores were closing, I was having dinner with an old friend in New York, and she was from Sacramento. She's a generation older than me. And she met me for dinner, walked by one of the old locations there at Lincoln Center, going out a business sign. And we talked about it at dinner, and in passing at the end of the conversation, she said, gosh, yeah, I just can't believe that all started in that small little drugstore in the 40s. And I didn't know about that aspect of the history of Tower Records. And I said, if that guy's journey starts there, selling used 45s in his father's drugstore in the 40s in sleepy little Sacramento, California, and it ends, you know, being the first sort of big casualty of the change in the music industry and 189 stores closing, I said, that's a journey. There's got to be something there, and luckily there was.
Would have been really unfortunate if there was not a story there. It was like, yeah, we opened some stores and then they closed.
And I think everybody has a real connection to It's Tower, is what
Sure.
we found. Everybody that we talked to lived in New York or LA, Chicago. They all think it's their personal store, and the store started there in their hometown because each store has a very, very individual vibe within it. So we realized there's a real kind of widespread love for this brand and what it brought to people.
And how did you decide to, I guess, to thread that story together and the outreach? Like, how long did that take from the employees that you found from the beginning to huge musicians who had their own experiences at the store?
It took about 7 years to make the film.
Did it really?
Yeah, it took 7 years to make the film, which was mostly for financial reasons. We sort of did it piecemeal, but it was very evident from our first meeting with Russ Solomon, the founder. He said, well, I think you guys are crazy. I don't want you to make a documentary about me. You really need to make a documentary about the people that are really responsible for it. And so he introduced us to our other characters in the film, which are, the people that worked at Tower. And it's one of those companies where people worked there for 30 years. They started as a clerk, they worked their way up, and it was a huge section of their lives. And Russ, from the very beginning, has said everybody was responsible for this. It was the kids in the store. It was the local music buyers. It was everybody. It's not just me. And so that obviously widened our scope a little bit.
And that is one of the things that's really interesting about the film is these people who started as clerks in the store stocking rings, and they ended up being like high-level executives in management. You hear them talk about running these stores internationally. Like, how much do you think that was part of the Tower success story, that they were taking these people and like keeping them in-house and moving them up?
I mean, these people understood how the record store worked from the ground level up.
Yeah.
And that was part of what made it so special and made it so successful. The international expansion is a big part of what made it ultimately fall apart. Not to spoil the movie or give too much away. Literally.
Everybody knows that the store's closed.
It's just going Wikipedia.
There's no spoiler there. But I think that's really kind of the biggest thing there is that they grew too big. They grew bigger than they should have. And there was a perfect storm of events, including what was going on in the music industry itself, that ultimately, led to its demise.
But at its core, what made that family thing that they had, that is what made each store so incredibly special and unique, and made people want to go there. It became a part of people's lives.
You have folks like Dave Grohl, Elton John, I mean, huge musicians that are iconic.
Springsteen, the boss.
Yeah. Like, how hard was it to get them involved to tell these stories?
Not too hard. It really was more logistical more than anything else. Dave Grohl from the moment, moment one was like, yeah, when? Just let me know when. And it was just a question of just figuring it out. Elton was a little bit hard to do because he was on a world tour at the time, so we had to work around his schedule. And a similar thing with Bruce. But we also were very specific in who we were talking to. It wasn't like we just asked a bunch of celebrities and hoped they had stories.
Yeah.
We knew where those interviews were going to be in the film, so it was a very strategic.
And there's no
thing.
love lost. Those artists all love this brand. They love this company.
Yeah, it wasn't just a throwaway soundbite.
No, Bruce Springsteen says it's the place where the artist gets to see their music land in the hand of the audience, and that's an important thing for them, and that's an important thing for him, and I think everybody who had a record sold there.
Yeah, and Elton John, I mean, it was this amazing story of him going there like every week to pick out his music and how sort of dedicated to it.
That footage is so crazy to watch.
It's incredible. That was an incredible
It's unreal.
find.
I mean, that was the thing is we knew Elton's connection to the store. I mean, there's a famous quote where he said, if he had to do it all again, the job he would aim for is a job at Tower Records. So when you know that they already have this love and devotion to the company, then it's like, hey, we're going to be the ones that are making that movie. You like, this is the shot. Do you want to do it? And they all said yes.
And you also went to Kickstarter to raise money for the movie. I guess, how was that experience in terms of showing you that there was an interest, and also in general as an artist and a filmmaker using these new media platforms?
Well, yeah, I mean, pretty much all the media, all the platforms have changed since we started. And Kickstarter really helped keep our movie alive, really, to be quite honest, because it showed that there were thousands of other people that believed the same thing that we did, that there was a movie here, that it was a story that was worth telling.
Right.
And we were able to raise a lot of money through Kickstarter. We were not the first, but kind of one of the first movies that did it.
Yeah.
And so it was this cool kind of experiment that really worked, and it helped keep our movie alive. It saved us.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that was interesting to me about the movie is there's so much great vintage footage of like inside these tower stores and driving by and like getting a sense of what they looked like back in the 60s and 70s. Was it tough to track down? I mean, how much of that came from sort of Russ himself versus you having to sort of go track down all of these old photos?
We got really lucky. Russ had kept a ton of stuff, the founder of the store. It kept quite a few items and had donated them to the Sacramento Historical Society, and we were able to tap into that, pull a lot of material, and really kind of, there was a wealth there that helped with the backbone of the film that we were able to collect and organize.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things we're looking at now is this blew my mind, and it was this John Lennon commercial for Tower, which I had no idea existed. Tell us about tracking that down. Where'd you guys find that?
That was, I think that was within the foundation. They had that footage.
It was.
And we were basically like treasure hunters.
Right, yeah.
I mean, anytime we found something, we would get incredibly excited and geeky. And so we spent 4 days at the center there and went through all the archives. And then it was Google searches, asking former employees if they had anything. Old advertising firms. I mean, pretty much anything that we could get a hold of, we did. And luckily, we had 7 years.
Yeah,
that's a lot of time to do it.
No lack of time to do it.
While the Tower Records story is, known an older story, the idea of industries changing, landscapes changing, and imploding.
Yes.
Once that had a lot of money and there was a huge business model to them. I mean, what are your thoughts overall as content creators, filmmakers of the state of, how do you make money? For films
it's
now
one of the
and
bigger
content
themes in our movie.
and music.
I think it's the loss of brick and mortar stores, whether it's bookstores or record stores. There's a connectivity that we're losing as a culture, and we found this to be a very interesting subplot of our film as we started to explore this thing. I mean, a whole generation of kids will probably never walk into a record store, and that's a real poignant thing to think about. Because we spend so much of our young lives in these record stores learning about music and interacting with other people.
Still do.
Yeah, I mean that is one thing that I thought was interesting in the film too. Is it's kind of a sad. We're looking at the loss of the record store employee as your sort of guru and being the way you find out about new music. And we talk a lot about Spotify and Pandora. There's all sorts of technology that's coming.
RDO is a great one.
To come and
RDO is a great
replace
one.
that. But do you think is the technology as good as the guy behind the counter who's just like, I know you and trust me, you're gonna love this?
The only thing that I think is different, I would say that it's easier now to discover new music. It's easier now to find a wider range of music.
Right.
That's facts. I don't think anyone denies that. What is missing, though, is a residue of what that connection is. Which is, if someone tells me when I'm buying record whatever, oh, well, if you like that, you should look at these other things, then that's a source I'm always going to go to.
Right.
And then maybe you become friends with that person, and maybe that person then becomes someone that's in your life. That is lacking.
The human relationship.
The human element. And it's so it's not so much that it's better if it comes from a human, but it's just you're one step removed from a real interaction that might actually affect your life. And that's, I think, a big reason why Tower stuck around for as long as it did, was so successful, and means so much to people because of those connections.
Right.
They believed in that.
Yeah.
So where are we headed now in this ever-changing landscape? Like, what are your thoughts? Because you obviously work as an actor, filmmaker, producer. You kind of hit so many different areas.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been strange because I think everyone in the film and television industry for the last 10 years has been pointing at the music industry and said, okay, how do we avoid that?
That was the boilerplate for not doing it.
Yeah, and the fact is that they've done things to combat that. If you look at streaming, you look at Netflix, you look at Hulu, they're creating content specifically for that. So they're embracing that. Whereas the music industry saw Napster and said, absolutely not.
Right.
We cannot have this.
Not how do we fix it and make it
not
better.
How do we find a way to work with this, because this is where it's going, whether we like it or not.
Right.
And so I think now, especially with streaming and whatnot, and quite frankly, with documentaries, more people see documentaries now, probably in the last 5 years, than they did when we started making this movie. And someone's like, "You want to
the
release
number of
this in a
outlets
theater?"
to sell these things
Why do you
to
think
has
that
like
is?
tripled.
Well, I think it's because now that it's so much easier for words to get out about smaller movies, especially documentaries.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I think people are more willing to take a risk if they go like, okay, well, hey, there's a Tower Records documentary, I'll see that, and they can watch it right then and
I
there.
think that to me is the biggest
Hanging
thing.
out more and looking for newer things to watch.
Yeah.
That's what happens to me.
Which is not to say that I don't like the theater element, and I don't think that there is a place for this film in the theaters. I most definitely think that there is. But it's, look, you got to accept the fact that technology is going in a direction. You can't stop that.
And embrace it.
And you're big on social media. I mean, I follow you on Twitter, and you also interact with a lot of kind of others in the field through social. How does that impact how you approach what you do?
It actually does it quite a bit, a lot more than I initially thought. I was very hesitant about it for a long time, but you maybe act on a job that doesn't have a great publicity team and you want to try and get the word out.
Yeah.
You start tweeting about it. And for whatever reason, I don't know why, I've never really tried to pretend to be somebody else. It's very much me. I'm very much myself. It's my sense of humor. Some people get it, some people don't. But between a couple of music recommendations and some funny tweets, the word spread, and it's been fun for me. It's fun more than anything else.
Do you teach your dad how to tweet now? I know Scooter Braun does a little help with that.
Yeah, he's on his own thing. He likes to take photos of like lost gloves, and I don't understand it, so I let him have that hashtag.
He's like, look what I discovered in the box on a Sunday. I mean, that Carly Rae Jepsen video, pretty epic.
Yeah. My dad's been in some pretty interesting music videos.
Dad, I'll go viral.
No.
All right, we have actually.
No, we got to wrap up, Shira. We don't have time.
What? Fail.
Here's the answer to your question. I'm a Sagittarius and never on Sunday.
That was it.
There we
Good
go.
to know.
Except
Thank
this
you so
Sunday.
much. All the tweets are coming in asking that, actually.
Well, I'll go through.
Well, we appreciate you being here. What's the next step? Are you going to bring this to theaters or maybe a new distribution strategy?
We're here to find a distributor, and we're very interested to see what our options are. But ideally, we want to get this movie out to as many people as we possibly can.
Cool.
Whoever shopped it at Tower Records, I want them to see this movie.
Get it to the masses.
There you go. Well, thank you so much. Colin and
thanks, guys.
Sean, everyone.
Thank you.
The movie's
Thank
All
you.
Things Must Pass. If you're here at South by, check it out. It'll be on VOD. It'll be in
There you
theaters.
go. Give them a
Whenever
round
it's
of
there, see it.
applause.
It's really great.
And of course, this will be on demand at youtube.com/What's Trending, along with all our other amazing interviews from today. And the day is not over.
No, I'm exhausted, but no, there's
I'm
more
not
to go.
exhausted. What are you talking? You're a Debbie Downer.
K-Town Cowboys is gonna liven me right back up.
One.
Big energy. Ken
All right,
Jeong,
so
Daniel
Jeong,
Day Kim.
There's some crazy stuff for them to do. Some games that we didn't torture you with, but we will torture them. Because he's a crazy comedian. You got to do some
let's
stuff.
go. Let's go.
All right.
Let's go, lady.
Tweet us, #Samsung South by Southwest, and we'll be back right after this. watching What's Trending Live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge, South by Southwest in Austin, Texas.
You
Can I
are.
get some excitement during happy hour here?
Can we?
It's the end of the
We
day.
can.
Come on.
We can get some
there's
excitement.
Food, there's an open bar.
Is there?
Yeah,
I'm
I think.
outta here.
I mean,
Forget
we've been
it.
on stage bringing you live entertainment throughout the day with filmmakers, entrepreneurs, influencers. We've been having a blast. Lyonne Harris, our head writer
That's
at What's
me.
Trending, has been joining me. I'm Cheryl Lazar. And now, wrapping up our day, we have the Cast Stars EP.
Everybody.
Yeah, everyone from K-Town
Everyone
Cowboys.
who matters from K-Town Cowboys. We got, DPD, the director. We got Danny Cho, co-writer and star. Ken Jeong, you're in the film. You're an executive producer. And Daniel Day Kim, you are in the film as well. Thanks for being here.
Yes, thanks
Everybody.
again.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Lovely to have you.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
I want to start by, so much of this film is, it's about the characters, it's a story, but it's also about Koreatown in Los Angeles. What is it about this neighborhood that people maybe don't know that's so exciting about it that made it such an interesting setting for a film?
It's all the shady stuff.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I mean, honestly, I think a lot of people from Los Angeles, they pass through the streets to K-Town. Maybe they eat some dinner there, but there's all these buildings and things going on there that are just on the other side of the wall that they don't know about.
Right.
I think when people start to understand what kind of debauchery happens there, it gets exciting. It's a little bit mysterious and exotic. So that's kind of a lot about K-Town to us.
And Ken, you're an EP and you make a cameo. So why did you want to be part of this and support the story?
Well, this is based on a web series of the same name that I was a
Cool.
huge fan of, and I talked with DPD and Danny a couple of years ago about they were talking about developing this into a movie, and I just wanted to be a part of it in any way possible. So I'm just a fan of these guys, and it really just came out of love,
How are you able to translate what was on the web, short form into something longer that's a crazy ass movie?
Danny?
I think it's, the web series was just a bunch of us just being idiots and drinking, but I didn't think it'd be, I didn't think that'd be a good 2-hour movie. So in terms of writing it, I wanted to, put some more layers into the characters. And so the transition was hard because I used to have a full head of hair before I started writing. Now the top of my head looked like an armpit. That's not cool. So that's not cool, but it's all right. I have a mirror at home and hats.
I feel like I'm getting to know you really well
that's
very
what-
quickly. I appreciate that.
Of course.
I appreciate it.
How much of your sort of approach to making the story had to change going from, shorts for the web to a full narrative kind of feature?
Most of the hard work was with Ken. Ken was like, I don't want to do this. This is all messed
You're a
up. You have
diva.
to change
You are.
this to
I was
that.
like, oh my God,
Daniel
Ken.
came on set. He did the same thing. Like, God.
Most of the budget
we
was
wrote it
spent on
5
my
times 'cause of
helicopter.
the-
We had to teach these youngins what was going on.
And for you guys, you're used to coming in from big TV shows and films to sort of working with web guys and doing it kind of differently. Was it a real change for how you are used to working?
It is. Because right now we're all living in a house 10 miles from here. We're sharing bedrooms and
You still
fighting
are.
for
The
bathrooms.
movie's done. You don't have to live with them anymore.
It's good though. Like Ken, I just wanted to support these guys because I love the fact that they took the initiative to create a web series on their own, and seeing a bunch of Asian American men kind of doing something for themselves, I wanted to just support in any way I could. So I asked to come aboard.
What are you trying to dispel in terms of what we don't know about Asian American men?
Honestly, I don't think we're really trying to dispel anything. We just want to be out there more often. Let's show a bunch of different perspectives, throw it out on the wall. And I think people in America get a better picture, three-dimensional picture when they see more content. I don't think you have to go out there with the agenda. Just be you and tell your story.
Yeah, and of course, you've been such a good representative in the comedy world as well, Ken. Has that been important for you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think subconsciously, there is just that kind of push, to, have more Korean American, Asian Americans in film and TV. But even more important, I just love these guys, and they're just funny, and this is a good story that deserves to be told. And so, yeah, it's a little bit. I'm sure we're all happen to be Korean American, but also, we're all fans of each other too. So it's a little bit of both. Yeah.
What's the
and
craziest?
He's a great stand-up comic, and so and I'm a big fan
Why
of
you
his
just
comedy.
do a stand-up thing right now?
Well, the thing is, my mom points at Ken and goes, how come you couldn't be a doctor and then get famous and then quit your job? You know what I mean?
Go the other way. Get famous, then quit being a doctor.
So I was like, that's why every time, I talk about comedy, look at Ken. They'd be like, look at Ken. He's in the newspapers, judging, he's comparing me to him.
Oh, you can overact just like him.
And I was like, How do you know my mom, dude?
You can be more over the top. Less grounded, like Ken.
For LA locals, we're from LA. One of the fun things is all these buildings and all these places that you're used to seeing, and maybe you haven't been inside. What were some of the places going in you knew like, oh, we have to set a scene at, like, I want to shoot at that putting or the golf range or whatever. And what were some of the toughest places to actually lock down and get to go film it?
Actually, one of them that I felt like we had to do was a club. It's called Feria now, but when I was growing up, I used to go to that club a lot. So I was like, we gotta shoot there. Cool. And actually locking down was really difficult. We had to have Danny also half function as location manager. A lot of bowing down and using polite words to older Korean men to, let us shoot here, so.
There's a specific way of trying to butter up Korean businessmen. I mean, it's not like sexual or anything, but like
that is where I thought
but there's a method, and I'm an expert at it.
What is that method?
It is sexual.
It's it's kind of flirty, but man flirty. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it, but I'm good at that.
Wow, I've never heard of that man flirtiness.
Yeah.
It's like a bromance type.
Yeah.
Fascinating. But you've come such a long way. I remember interviewing you for Knocked Up, and you were just a doctor who was stumbled into this acting gig, and then you proved everyone that you're somehow this incredible comedic actor. Could you have expected then you would be, in these huge franchises and now, executive producing and helping others grow their careers?
No, I never expected any of this. I was just so happy to be in Knocked Up. That was like, that really opened the door for everything. If it wasn't for Knocked Up, it would be no Hangover. I wouldn't be here with these guys. So I'm just so grateful to be a part of this. And I never thought in a million years I would be sitting here talking to you again. So to me, this is such a beyond a dream come true. And then also just to support people whose work I really respect. I mean, it's even like a bigger joy, that is beyond my own selfish joy of watching myself. Like, I'm more happy for these guys than I am for me. I'm so happy for these guys right now.
Yeah, of course.
This is a guy that's getting his own show coming up. So this development season too. So
yeah, let's talk. He's like your publicist here.
10%. All I need is 10%. 10%.
New show.
Oh, it's a pilot.
I'm just going with the flow here.
No, it's a pilot for ABC, but it's just in developmental stages right now.
What's the name of it, Ken?
Oh, it's called Dr. Ken. But no, it really, it's just right now. It's just in the early development. I mean, who knows where it'll go? But just to be able to do a pilot is to me is the triumph. Really, yeah.
And also, Mark Maron, who's been on our show, has said that he goes to you when he needs help at the drugstore as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's true. He mentioned that on an interview. It's like I call it,
Going back to the film, one of the things that you guys do that's a lot of fun and enlightening for those of us who aren't Korean is sort of pausing to explain a lot of these terms, like fresh off the boat, or how this sort of do-me system works. Why was that something early on that you wanted to involve in the movie, and were you sort of aware there's going to be an audience that is not keyed into what you guys are talking about all the time?
We just wanted to be a tour guide of sorts. It's like it's a lot of information all at once, so we thought it'd be fun and also funny to break it down a certain way. So
it's and the style of it is
yeah,
really
we wanted
cool
to stylize it a bit.
So what are those things that we all need to know, like those 4 kind of isms?
Okay, for you, if you meet an older guy, you call them oppa.
Oppa?
Yeah, oppa.
As in Oppa Gangnam Style, sure.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's why they did it.
As in Psy Oppa.
Oppa. Or even if they're not older than you, but you want something from them. You know what I mean? Throw a little shimmy and be like, Oppa. That'll work.
So if you need any more hookups from Samsung, you meet some of the older guys, say, oppa.
Yeah. Good to know. So if I go to Korea.
And there's different ways of saying oppa. That's one of the things that I noticed in the film. Is like different characters will use it in different ways. It's kind of this kind of catch-all word.
Yeah, exactly. It's the way you say it means 10 million things.
Right, can mean all sorts of different things.
So we actually have a little fun game. Should we go to the game?
Let's do the game,
All right,
yeah.
So we learned a lot about, as we've mentioned, about Koreatown from this movie, but we still don't really get like K-pop movies.
Or videos.
Yes, on
music
videos. Because there's a whole, obviously, genre of K-pop music, which I found fascinating. Huge fan base as well.
And also, honestly, kind of terrifying. A little bit.
So
a little bit
we're going to show you guys these videos. You're going to sound off and walk us through what's going on in these K-pop music videos.
Yeah, we want to hear your interpretations.
Okay.
This first one is, the group is Ooh La La Session. The song is Wild Horse. Let's see. Let's see what you think.
We need some sounds.
No, we don't. We can't have sounds.
Really?
Who
are
these guys?
Oh,
We don't have the rights to
Oh,
Ooh La
that's
La
true.
Session. So what do you guys think of this? What's going on here? Explain it to me.
Wait, this is K-pop?
This is a K-pop group called Ooh La La Session.
He's a centaur?
He is some kind of a centaur, yes.
Wow, they're horses.
You know what I think honestly is happening though? I think all of Korea saw what happened in Gangnam Style and they're trying to do something like that.
Oh, really? So you think they're purposefully going super strange?
Just being nutty and weird.
Get in on
Yeah.
that Psy money.
I mean, no one has that haircut in real life.
Yeah.
You know?
Except for what's his name? Kid and Play?
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Let's move on to our next one. This group is Epic High, and the song is High Technology.
High technology.
Okay, there's a little bit of Matrix going on there, mixed with a little Gumby.
He's fighting this like
Godzilla.
looking guy almost.
Epic High is playing here at the festival.
Are they really?
Yeah.
And the
You get us in?
lightsaber.
You got the backstage access?
Yeah.
I want to go see this.
Actually, this guy spent a lot of time in America. He went to where? Yale, I believe.
Stanford.
I want to watch the movie, guys. I want to see what's going on. This is amazing. Oh, good triumphs over
This
evil.
is like totally gonna win over Jurassic.
This is awesome. I love it.
Oh my God, the ending was unexpected, guys. It was pretty amazing.
It's a twist. It's got a twist.
It is.
Let's move
Oh.
on to our next one. This is honestly, I got to say, this is the most bananas music video I think I've ever seen, and I just wanted to show it to people. This group is called Hitchhiker. The song is called 11.
They're here too, actually.
They're here too.
Very trippy, futuristic.
Now, so this is not a Korean thing. This is just a crazy, possibly drug thing.
No, yeah, it actually is a Korean guy, but I love this video. Actually,
Yeah,
we
this is
reference
cool.
this
You
one
know
a
this?
lot.
Oh wow.
Koreans take drugs, yo. That's all we're saying.
I think it's mutually
This ain't the white
exclusive.
man taking drugs.
All right, we got number 4. We'll keep moving right along. This is Idiotape with #Peep Show.
Oh, Idiotape.
Did you guys work with?
What?
These guys are an amazing band. I love these guys.
I
They
see a
make
little
great
Wes
music.
Anderson influence in there, right?
Yeah, I can see that. Sure. Like, yeah.
Wallpaper from the
Wes
Grand
Anderson
Budapest.
trying to give people seizures.
You know, it's really hard to do drugs in Korea, by the way. Like, it's really, really hard to find drugs. I've tried.
Really?
But
You speak from experience.
yeah, so for these guys to come up with this stuff, I don't think it's drug induced. I think they're just crazy in the head.
is just very creative.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, this is actually pretty kick-ass. This is actually really good.
These videos, I'd like
I
to say
love
for the
it.
record, I'm not making fun of them. They're all amazing.
Yeah.
I'm
Very
just trying to
psychedelic,
wrap my
though,
head
too.
around it. Last one, the group is Orange Caramel. The song is Funny Honey.
It's like a Korean cartoon.
I think there's an app for this.
Yeah.
I think I played the video game.
This is, if you download Meerkat, this is what happens on your phone.
Do you know Meerkat, Ken?
I've heard.
How could you not? How could you be
No,
at
it's
South by
some
and not have
people-
heard of Meerkat? What do you think,
So this
Shira?
is very funky.
All
This is funky.
We got to wrap up.
Dillick.
But there's one more
Whatever.
thing. We
What?
have been all day. We have been inundated with comments about this one person wants a shout out from Ken. They have not left us alone.
In our chat
Literally
room.
every 5 minutes. If you can read the name, it's the second message from the bottom on my phone. If you don't read that name out loud, I'm going to get yelled at on the internet tomorrow.
Ali Almusawi?
Yes, I think you're right.
What's up? Shout out.
Yeah. You can go through the rest of my messages. If you
Okay.
want.
And I know I'm just reading other things right now.
Pretty good news.
We also
Lon.
we've been taking tweets with the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. A lot of people love that you're here with this movie. Obviously, because we're on the internet, we have a lot of people that are big users of the internet, asking about Community season 6 about being on Yahoo. So has the move to Yahoo changed the way you guys approached it at all?
Yeah, we actually just did our premiere last night here at South by
Congrats.
Southwest
Okay, cool.
for Community Season 6, and thank you.
Huge
No,
community fan right over there.
Oh, thanks, man.
That's
Thank
him.
you. No, it really is. It really is a labor of love. Those guys are my other family, really. So I was just with Joel and Dan Harmon and the whole gang, and I'm just so grateful to Yahoo that after NBC canceled us that we
we got a second life with them, and the love that we're getting from them is so palpable. I just never experienced anything like that in my career, to have a cancellation and then a resurrection. It's, we're all really humbled and excited by the whole experience.
We just have a movie left to go. And then
6 seasons and then some, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, I think with Dan, I felt so restricted, obviously, at NBC. So being at Yahoo, do you feel like the floodgates are open?
Well, it wasn't like we went into an orgy with the study group or anything. Basically, Dan and those guys are so smart that they really kept the same tone as they would. It wasn't like, oh, we don't have standards and practices anymore, so we're just going to go dirty. They're actually, tonally, it's been exactly the same. I'm just quoting Dan, maybe more British, maybe more BBC looseness, kind of. Sure. So there's a looseness in tone that maybe is not necessarily you would see on broadcast TV, which is great. And that's in another specific way of being liberating. He's a genius. Dan Harmon is one of the smartest.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's probably the smartest guy I've ever met in comedy. He really is.
Yeah, I mean, and with you in this, going from web series to film, and now TV is going to the web, I mean, what are your thoughts as comedians this day and age, and how to use these platforms to get new projects out there?
I mean, I think Community is living proof. You start out from something on NBC that's broadcast, and then you're not even going to cable. You're going something that will be clicked on a link, and on Tuesday, March 17th, it's just clicked on one link, and then, but it's just the same budget that goes into it. We are the now. This is so inter-platforming. I don't know what the word is, but we're a part of that right now.
It's awesome. Well, movies K-Town Cowboys. Congratulations, you guys.
See it tonight if you're
rock.
in Austin. Tonight.
Appreciate your time. And that wraps up day 2 of What's Trending Live from the Samsung Blogger Lounge at South by Southwest.
We did it.
It's been a blast. My voice survived.
You almost didn't make it.
Almost. Lyonne Harris, you've been a great co-host and head writer extraordinaire. All of you guys watching online in the chat room, thanks so much for your support. Also, thanks for tweeting at What's Trending using the hashtag Samsung South by Southwest. Keep on doing that because we're going to keep tweeting you and retweeting you. And also, check out whatstrending.com for a full list of the schedule that will continue tomorrow. Yeah. And this whole live stream will be available, as well as the clips on demand on youtube.com/whatstrending. Have a great night. Thank you guys so much. Bye.
Is that it? Such a brief